G.
G.
O.
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 G.
G.
L.
L.
E.
E.
Gulo gulo. G.
Alright, so I just got this new bidet right here. All you gotta do is turn this knob.
You laugh, you lose, extremely hard edition.
पापा ने पैसा दिया नाद लेते भैया ले ला तू दिया
Oh, look! A dandelion! Must be the last one!
Some people told me the word.
Then my head hit the wall.
Looking at your dream, reviewing it every day and say to yourself, it's not over until I win. Looking at your dream, reviewing it every day.
Rouba meu coração, vai quicando, vai jogando. Não perde a razão no batidão, só pura tentação. Ela desce, ela se
Hey, budik.
Oh, Santa's gonna show you a little glimpse of Christmas. Whoa!
На, мама звонит.
Мама, алло, алло, алло.
На, мама звонит.
And his name is John C. And his name.
I've never seen you with 145 pulse measurement before. How did that game actually feel?
Yeah, I don't know. It was, what can I say? It was complete and utter meltdown by both players, and it was just sport, I suppose.
A win is a win, right?
Yeah, sure. I think when I was sitting games today, that's why I thought, I thought the happy with any win. So yeah, here we are. I guess I outlasted him more than anything else, but it feels good to be in the final.
Once again, in the final, congratulations to give us more wins.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Can you hear me? Am I audible? There's some issue with the audio, it seems. I can't hear you. It seems it's not connected. Chalo, koi baat nahi. Whichever mic is working, at least one of them is working, so we can at least have a conversation and the students can hear us.
Okay, I don't know.
Yeah. So this is a new area for all of you.
Scenarios with about 3% each. So that's what decision making sessions about. So you get 7 scenarios with 3% each. Okay.
Yeah, and just a word about those math-based sets. These are more of DI/LR data sets. Okay, so this could be arrangement, this could be something like scheduling. So these are more of DI/LR, and which is why we are not too bothered about it, because for CAT we have already done most of these things. The kind of data set that you have prepared for CAT or which came in CAT this year, those are the kind of sets you could have. Okay. But bulk of it is situations which are given in different scenarios given, and based on that the question would be there. Okay.
And in any case, most of the cases we have got only decision making scenarios, and we are guessing that probably would be the case in 2025 as well. Okay. Just to talk about the percentile rank versus score. This is so XAT gives score in percentage terms. So obviously, you can convert that into number of. I've rounded it out. So if you're looking like something like the cutoff is usually here. It depends upon your category. So you would want to get into double digits. Right? Your score has to be sort of in double digit at least number of questions. But if you want to hit something like a 99 percentile, you got to attempt almost every single question. Which means you have to attempt 21 questions in decision making and get about 75% accuracy. So one thing that you have to understand is past couple of years, and given the fact that the convener is going around and saying that the question will be something which is very discernible and stuff, so you will tend to see that this should be something that our target should be. So if you're attempting let's say 4 questions, 3 of them has to be correct. So that's the sort of story. So you're looking at getting which is a significantly high accuracy. That also tells us GP that this is so it cannot be based on some random subjective stuff. Otherwise, people will not get this kind of accuracy. They will not get this kind of score distribution, right? So even if, for example, you look at 14 out of 21 is what is 2/3. It's about 66%. Even if I look at what is the CAT's VRC, it's not 66%, right? CAT VRC is you're getting about 99%. Will be about 40 out of the yeah. So 72. Which is about slightly more than 50%.
Yeah, it's actually less. Yeah, 55 to 60 somewhere in the middle.
So what you need to understand is that decision making, it is possible to get these questions correct. So that's something that you have to understand. Moving forward, let's talk about the core skills. What is decision making all about? And what I've done is I've taken from the XAT itself. So XAT has mentioned this clearly, specifically. We can see this in the website. What XAT says, the decision DM section will present scenarios drawn from both personal and professional lives. Candidates will be required to apply critical thinking, problem-solving skills, and prioritization to make informed decisions. This is what has been stated by XAT. Right? So what they want to test is your critical thinking, problem-solving skills, prioritization, and making informed decisions. GP, yeah. So if I were to look at what each of this actually means, if you look at the definition of this, critical thinking means your ability to objectively evaluate a situation by analyzing facts and evidence without influencing emotions, assumptions, or biases. So you're basically going to go with what is given in the particular scenario, not looking at emotion. What are problem-solving skills? Capacity to identify root cause of an issue and develop practical, logical, effective solutions to solve it. What does prioritization mean? Ability to rank tasks, action, decision based on urgency, importance, and impact. And more importantly, what does informed decision means? The decision based on thorough understanding of all relevant facts, evidence, and possible outcome, rather than intuition or incomplete information. One of the things that most people talk about, I've seen a lot of people talk about decision making, is that decision making is common sense. It is actually not common sense. Common sense is something that you develop out of intuition. This is not intuition. Decision making is not reading comprehension. It is not about comprehending, understanding what is given in the text. It is in fact, it is analytical reasoning. So this is something that you have to understand. So which means you have to use logic, critical reasoning, logic, problem solving to answer these questions, right? And GP, anything you want to add here?
Yeah, I think just want to re-emphasize on what you said. That the situation given to you, you'll have to understand what are the facts of the case. You'll have to understand what are the problems which are there. But based on all of that, you'll have to go a step further and identify the criteria and then take the right decision. So decision making is a much more involved process. It looks very simple, looks very.
It could be about, it should be sort of any scenario that is given, and then you'll get
just to add, and then you'll find many times these are situations that you would have seen. You would have at least read about it. And some of these, if you have work experience, you would have seen those kind of situations happening in your professional life also. And at times you will even have scenarios we talk about, let's say, some issue between friends. So which is why you need to understand any kind of situation which you can expect in your daily life, whether it is personal or professional, can be visible here. And secondly, whatever you see around yourself in the world, those scenarios could be replayed. For example, the India against corruption movement, Baba Amte movement, that found a place here. We have data sets of all station. Okay? So just don't try to whatever happened in my real life.
Best course of action. Let's say what is the best course of action, which means this is based on whatever is based on the scenario. Using that scenario without any additional piece of information, you are given some options. That is one type of question. The second type of question is the question itself will have some additional case, additional information, and individual information would be there. For instance, let's say there's a scenario where there is a let's take a scenario. Let's take any scenario where you are people are for example, let's say malpractices that is happening in a particular school. Okay, the school found out there's a lot of malpractices that actually happened. Okay, then question start by asking about there's one case, there's a student who has done something. So the question may have a sort of additional scenario, and then you have option. And then the question may ask quite a lot of things. It could, for example, ask to identify the problem. What is the root cause of something? It could even ask what is the criteria that one should use to evaluate the solution. It could even ask what could be the best solution for a particular situation. It could give a new information and then say, okay, which of the following information can persuade someone to do something. So it could even be questions which is asked to rank something, like prioritize given options in some random order. So it will be some sort of question which may have these stuff, and there are 5 answer choices that is given to you, right? And out of this, we need to understand what does the correct answer choice actually means. So that's something that we have to understand. For that, what you got to do is a simple 3-step process. Okay, obviously, first thing that you have to do, you have to read. When you read this, eventually what you're trying to do is to understand what the scenario is. What are the key facts of this particular scenario? What is the problem at hand? So in some case, of course, the question stem is going to give you additional bit of facts. What is the fact that is important for me to answer a particular question? Right? So that is sort of that's a scenario. We'll pick up one question sort of to help you understand what we are talking about here. But at this point in time, let me just go through the 3 steps. But I believe the most important step is to define the decision criteria. For me to make a decision, it is important to identify a criteria. Let's take a simple example. Let's say your case. Let's create a custody. There is a student who is looking at an MBA program, and the situation at this point in time is that the CAT did not go well, and the student sort of has to decide on whether to take XAT or not. Yeah, this is sort of the scenario. But for us to make a decision criteria, there would be something that is in the case. For example, the student is looking at top 5 colleges in this particular country. The student is only looking at ABC. The student wants to do MBA this year itself. The student is willing to wait for another year. So whatever is the decision, different decision criteria. You can call it the principle based on which you are making a decision. This decision criteria is what is going to decide in terms of evaluation of how to evaluate the criteria. So whenever you read a particular case and a question, what you have to ask yourself is this: on what basis am I going to make the decision? What are the criteria that I'm going to use? Right. So the whole thing, you getting 75% accuracy in decision making is this step. Your ability to define decision criteria. And decision criteria, let me also talk about the decision criteria. This may not be explicitly stated, but it will be implied. It kind of would be implied. For instance, there is one particular thing that uses the word immediately. If the question uses the word immediately, in the sense I want to have a solution immediately, that is a decision criteria. Is that I need to have an action point which is actually immediate. If the question says, the question talks about, okay, so let's say question discusses about as a person 1, person 2, person 3, person 4, all of them are employees, right? And which is working in organization X. And the question is asking about what is important for the organization. Then the decision criteria is based on the organization, not necessarily individuals that is working within the particular organization. And if the decision criteria which of the following is somebody, which of the following is the most which of the following solution is best use of unethical means, then that becomes the decision criteria. So you have to understand that that the critical thinking, the problem solving, the informed decision, everything eventually fundamentally boils down to your ability to identify decision criteria. Yeah, GP.
Yeah, absolutely. And first of all, please confirm, guys. She's not audible. First of all, please confirm. I was audible, guys. आपको मेरी voice आने लग रही है? I was audible, guys. First of all, please confirm. Good evening, guys. Good evening. Good evening. Fastly join the session and also do share the link of the session, guys. जल्दी से सेशन को ज्वाइन करिए और सभी एक बार लिंक्स को शेयर कर दीजिएगा, ठीक है? कैसे हैं आप लोग? सब बढ़िया? कैसे हैं आप लोग? सब बढ़िया, सब मस्त? ठीक है? चलिए, हाय हाय अपना, ठीक है? तो थोड़ा सा उसके लिए लेट हो गया, आई एम रियली सॉरी, ठीक है? आगे से ऐसा नहीं होगा, आपकी क्लास का टाइम 7 PM भी हुआ है, बहुत बुरा भी हुआ है, नॉर्मल भी हुआ है। तो भी अपने रिव्यूज देना शुरू कर देते हैं जिन लोगों ने कैट के लिए तैयार पूरा शेड्यूल है, गाइस। जैसे आज फर्स्ट, गिव मी 1 मिनट, जस्ट गिव मी 1 मिनट। आएगा, ज्योमेट्री भी आएगा, मेंसुरेशन भी आएगा, ट्रिग्नोमेट्री भी आएगी, कोऑर्डिनेट ज्योमेट्री भी आएगी, अलजेब्रा भी आएगा, सब कुछ आएगा। तो मेंटली प्रिपेयर्ड रहो, ठीक है? 28 क्वेश्चंस हमारे एग्जाम में आएंगे, जिसमें से प्योरली क्वांट के 16 से 18 क्वेश्चंस होंगे, बाकी आपके डीआई के क्वेश्चंस होंगे, ठीक है? तो 16-18 क्वेश्चंस क्वांट के आने वाले हैं और बाकी डीआई के क्वेश्चंस आएंगे, 3 से डीआई के आएंगे। गेटिंग माय पॉइंट? अब जरा आगे बढ़ते हैं, ठीक है? भाई बाकी बातें बाद में कर लेना, ठीक है? सबसे पहला क्वेश्चन जो हमारा होगा अपने क्रैश कोर्स का, ज़ैट की हिस्ट्री का सबसे इजी क्वेश्चन मैं आपको कराऊंगा, आपको थोड़ा सा मोटिवेशन मिलेगा, ठीक है? ज़ैट की मैंने सारे प्रीवियस क्वेश्चंस लिए हैं, इसके पीछे रीजन भी है। ऐसा नहीं है कि डेली आपको प्रीवियस क्वेश्चंस मिलेंगे। आज की क्लास में प्रीवियस क्वेश्चंस करा के ये दिखाना चाह रहा हूं कि एग्जाम में क्या आता है। फिर नेक्स्ट टाइम से मैं डालूंगा, देखिए ऐसा क्वेश्चन इस ईयर में आया था, तो ये इसी के जैसा तो क्वेश्चन था, इसको क्यों नहीं कर पा रहे हम लोग? तो सिमिलरिटी इस ईयर जैसे क्वेश्चंस भी कराऊंगा मैं, जैसे अगले आज भी वाइक्यूज है, अगले सेशन में इसके जैसे क्वेश्चंस करेंगे। समझ में आ रही है ना? हर चीज का सिस्टम होता है, जो मुझे लग रहा है मैं अपने हिसाब से करा रहा हूं, तो प्लीज आप उसको फॉलो कर लेना है, ठीक है? चलो, ज़ैट की हिस्ट्री का सबसे इजी क्वेश्चन मैं आपको कराऊंगा, ठीक है? ये सबसे इजी क्वेश्चन है ज़ैट की हिस्ट्री का, ठीक है? और प्रीवियस क्वेश्चन है, ज़ैट में आया हुआ। एक बार आप लोग इस क्वेश्चन को देखो जरा, और मुझे लगता है
इसको पढ़ने से पहले मुझे कुछ आना चाहिए। कौन से टॉपिक का क्वेश्चन है? एक टॉपिक आता है, कुछ किताबों में पढ़ा भी होगा आप लोगों ने, ऑपरेटर बेस्ड क्वेश्चन, ऑपरेटर बेस्ड क्वेश्चंस, ठीक है। तो एक टॉपिक आता है हमारा, कुछ बुक्स में दिया भी होता है, उस टॉपिक का एक क्वेश्चन है ऑपरेटर बेस्ड क्वेश्चन। एक बार आप लोग इस क्वेश्चन को देखेंगे, उसका आंसर बताने की कोशिश करेंगे, ठीक है। A सर्कल के अंदर डॉट B इज नथिंग A प्लस B इनटू B, ठीक है। ये इसका मतलब ये होता है, मतलब ये जो यहाँ पे लिखा है इसका मतलब ये होता है। अब मुझे इसका वैल्यू बताना है, तो सबसे पहले हम लोग क्या करते हैं, ब्रैकेट को सॉल्व करेंगे। मतलब आप इसको पहले A की तरह ट्रीट करो, इसको B की तरह ट्रीट करो, इनके बीच में ऑपरेटर लगा हुआ है, इसका वैल्यू कितना होता है A प्लस B इनटू B। तो A प्लस B करोगे तो 7 आएगा, इनटू B करोगे तो कितना आएगा 2 आएगा, तो कितना लग रहा है 14 आने लग रहा है। 14 के बाद फिर अंदर की डॉट है, यहाँ पे कितना लग रहा है 5 आने लग रहा है, ठीक है। अब ये बन गया, इसको सॉल्व करके कितना आया 14 आया, फिर अगेन पहले ब्रैकेट को सॉल्व करना होता है। ये इजी क्वेश्चन अगर हम एग्जाम में गलत करके आएंगे तो क्या ही होगा फिर हमारा, और ऐसी गलती आपने कैट में भी की होंगी, तो इजी क्वेश्चन तो गलत होने ही नहीं कहीं हमसे, ठीक है। तो ये देखो यहाँ पर हमने इसको सॉल्व किया तो 14 आया, फिर अगेन इस सर्कल के अंदर डॉट 5 था। ज़ैट की सबसे इजी क्वेश्चन लगता है मेरे को, ठीक है। धीरे धीरे बढ़ेंगे यार, टेंशन नॉट, ठीक है। अब इसको सॉल्व करना है, अगेन अब मैं इसको A की तरह ट्रीट करूंगा, इसको B की तरह ट्रीट करूंगा। 8 सर्कल के अंदर डॉट B का वैल्यू कितना होता है A प्लस B इनटू B, तो A कितना है 14 है, ठीक है, प्लस B कितना है 5 है, इनटू B कितना है 5 है, ये हो जाएगा 19, और 19 इनटू 5 बच्चे को पता है, ठीक है, कितना होता है हमारे पास 95 होता है। आई होप ये इजी सा क्वेश्चन आप लोगों को बहुत ही अच्छी तरह से समझ में आ गया होगा। मुझे नहीं लगता कि इसमें किसी को कोई प्रॉब्लम होगी। अब इस पे हजारों क्वेश्चन बन सकते हैं, इस पे क्या हो सकते हैं, हजारों क्वेश्चन बन सकते हैं। जैसे मैंने यहाँ पर बोल दिया आप लोगों को, ठीक है, कि यार A हमने एक ऑपरेटर यूज कर लिया है। A इसका मतलब क्या होता है हमारे पास, इसका मतलब होता है, ठीक है, A माइनस B इनटू A, इसका मतलब ये होता है, ठीक है। हमने एक नया क्वेश्चन दे रहे हैं कि पहले उसने डिफाइन कर दिया, अब आपको वैल्यू बताना है, यहाँ पर आपको वैल्यू बताना है, यहाँ पर देखना, ठीक है। हाँ, आपको वैल्यू बताना है यहाँ पर 7, ये ऑपरेटर यूज किया उसने 3, और यहाँ पर फिर उसने, ठीक है, अगेन बाहर आपको कुछ मल्टीप्लाई में दे दिया, कितना मान लो उसने मल्टीप्लाई में दे दिया अपने को 5, ठीक है। इसका वैल्यू कितना होगा, मतलब ये देखिए उसने पूछ लिया आपसे, क्या मैं इसको फाइंड सकता हूँ, ठीक है। क्या मैं इसको फाइंड कर सकता हूँ, बताओ जल्दी से, बताओ जल्दी से। हाँ बिल्कुल, बहुत ही इजी क्वेश्चन है, बहुत ही ज्यादा इजी क्वेश्चन है गाइस, ठीक है। हाँ, बहुत ही ज्यादा इजी क्वेश्चन है। इसका मतलब क्या होगा, सिंपल सी बात है, देखो ये ऑलरेडी डिफाइन कर रखा है उसने, A माइनस B इनटू A होता है। तो यहाँ पर आप सबसे पहले इसको A की तरह ट्रीट करेंगे और इसको B की तरह ट्रीट करेंगे, ठीक है। तो इसका मतलब क्या होता है A माइनस B इनटू A, तो A माइनस B 7 माइनस 3 4 इनटू A कितना मेरे पास 7 है, कितना बना ये 28 बना, अरे बना क्या ये, ठीक है। हाँ जल्दी से बताओ A का वैल्यू इतना है, B का वैल्यू इतना है। A सर्कल के अंदर क्रॉस B का मतलब क्या होता है A माइनस B इनटू A होता है। तो ये मेरा A है इनिशियली, ये B है, तो A माइनस B कितना आएगा 4 इनटू A कितना है 7, तो कितना है 28 आया, आया ना 28, ठीक है। मतलब इसका वैल्यू सॉल्व करके कितना लग रहा है हमारे पास 28 आने लग रहा है। अब 28 इनटू क्या है हमारे पास, ठीक है, ये वाला ऑपरेटर लगेगा 28 इनटू 5, 28 ऑपरेटर 5। अब मैं इसको A की तरह ट्रीट करूंगा और इसको B की तरह ट्रीट करूंगा, तो दिस इज नथिंग A माइनस B इनटू A। अगर मैं इनको माइनस कर देता हूं तो 23 आ जाता है, इनटू A कर देता हूं तो कितना आ जाता है मेरे पास 28। इसको सॉल्व कर लेना, जो भी आएगा वही हमारा आंसर आएगा। दिस वाज ऑपरेटर, ये ऑपरेटर था यहां पर, सॉरी ठीक है, दिस वाज ऑपरेटर, ये वाला ऑपरेटर था यहां पर, ठीक है। मैंने सीधा मल्टीप्लाई कर दिया, सर्कल करना मैं भूल गया था, ठीक है। जो भी आएगा वो हमारा आंसर है। बेसिकली ये क्वेश्चन देके मैं आपको ये कहना चाह रहा हूं कि आप चीजें रिलेट कर पा रहे हो, ठीक है। आप चीजों को रिलेट कर पा रहे हो गाइस, मुझे बताओ, ठीक है। रिलेट कर पा रहे हो आप चीजों को, बहुत बढ़िया बात है। मल्टीप्लाई कर लेंगे, आई थिंक इट्स नॉट बिग डील, ठीक है। मल्टीप्लाई भी करते हो थोड़ा इंसानों की तरह किया करो, जैसे 23 इनटू 28 हमें दिया हुआ है, तो क्या डरने की बात है, मुझे लगता है, ठीक है। मुझे लगता है इसमें कोई डरने की जरूरत है। 50 प्लीज गाइस, अरे मैं आपको बता तो रहा हूं, कैट का एग्जाम, सैट का एग्जाम होगा, आपके कॉन्सेप्ट क्लियर है ना, और आपने बहुत अच्छी प्रैक्टिस कर रखी है, तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। बस शर्तें आपके कॉन्सेप्ट क्लियर होने चाहिए ना यार, बस शर्तें आपके कॉन्सेप्ट क्लियर होने चाहिए ना। दिक्कत तब आ रही है जब बच्चों के कॉन्सेप्ट भी क्लियर नहीं है। प्लीज गाइस ट्राई टू सॉल्व दिस वन गाइस, इसको ट्राई करेंगे आप लोग प्लीज। आने लग रहा है, चलो देखते हैं जरा। एंड 2018, ठीक है, सिर्फ आपको कुछ चीजें बता रहा हूं मैं, ठीक है, ध्यान से देखना। At a particular moment, the displayed follow 155, 23, 211, 220 ये टाइम शो कर रही है, ठीक है। And how many clocks are there, guys? How many clocks are there? There are 8 clocks. It is clearly mentioned. How many clocks are there? There are 8 clocks. ये बात समझ में आ गई आपको? कितनी clocks हैं वहां पर? 8 clocks हैं, ठीक है। At a particular moment, the displayed follows कितना 155, 23, मतलब वहां पर अगर हम देखें तो क्या लिखा हुआ है, हर घड़ी का में कुछ टाइम है। एक एंटीक स्टोर में 8 घड़ियां हैं, हर घड़ी में अलग अलग टाइम शो है। तो पहले वाली घड़ी में कितना है 155 पीएम, दूसरे में कितना है 203 पीएम, फिर कितना है हमारे पास। अब हमें ये नहीं पता क्या यही क्लॉक एग्जैक्ट टाइम शो कर रही है, मतलब देखो 155 हुआ, फिर कितना है 23 पीएम है ना, फिर कितना है 211 है, फिर कितना है 224 है, फिर कितना है 240। It means एक क्लॉक में जो टाइम शो हो रहा है मुझे वो मालूम नहीं है। An antique store has a collection of 8 clocks at a particular moment. The display follow इतना times and 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 ये 7 clocks का टाइम है। If the display times of all the 8 clocks form आएगा form FORM, ठीक है, form a mathematical series। ये कोई एक सीरीज बना रहे हैं। अब हम लोगों ने सीक्वेंस एंड सीरीज का टॉपिक पढ़ा हुआ है, तो हमारा दिमाग का बल्ब जलना चाहिए। It means वहां से कुछ ना कुछ रिलेट किया जा रहा है। Then what was the displayed time on the remaining clock? Those who are targeting snap and nmet उनके लिए क्वेश्चन बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट है। जो बच्चे snap और nmet को टारगेट कर रहे हैं, ठीक है, सीरीज बना रहे हैं तो कितना डिफरेंस किया जाए। ये सारे के सारे इंक्रीजिंग ऑर्डर में लिखे हुए हैं टाइम के। 155 के बाद 23 होता है, 23 के बाद 211 होता है, 211 के बाद 224 होता है, उसके बाद 245 डिफरेंस लेना है। तो बच्चों मैंने डिफरेंस लेना शुरू किया। सो 3 में 15 और 19 5 का डिफरेंस होगा, ठीक है। यहां तक की स्टोरी क्लियर है आप लोगों को? यहां तक की स्टोरी आप लोगों को क्लियर, डिफरेंस ले लिया। अब मैं एक पैटर्न अगर देख पा रहा हूं ना, यहां पर कुछ इंक्रीमेंट ही नहीं हो रहा। यहां पर अगर मैं अगेन इनके बीच का डिफरेंस लेता हूं, मैं गाइस अगर अगेन मैं इनके बीच का डिफरेंस लेता हूं ना, ठीक है, अगेन मैं डिफरेंस लेता हूं अगर, तो थोड़ा सा लॉजिक लगाओ, ठीक है। यहां से लेते हैं, देखो यहां पे डिफरेंस देखना 8 से 13 हुआ तो +5 होने लग रहा है ना। 13 से अगर कुछ 21 होने लग रही है तो 8 का इंक्रीमेंट होने लग रहा है ना। 21 से अगर कुछ 34 होने लग रही है तो कितना डिफरेंस आ रहा है? 13 का डिफरेंस आने लग रहा है ना। 34 से अगर कुछ 55 होने लग रही है तो कितना डिफरेंस आ रहा है? 21 का डिफरेंस आने लग रहा है ना। ये पैटर्न आपको समझ में आया क्या? कुछ ये पैटर्न आपको कुछ समझ में आया क्या? मुझे तो समझ में आ गया पैटर्न, मुझे तो समझ में आ गया। मतलब इन दोनों का सम ये रहा, इन दोनों का सम ये रहा, ठीक है, समझ में आ रहा है। मतलब 8 + 5 कितना होता है 13। मतलब ये जो टर्म है ये पिछले दो टर्म्स का डिफरेंस सम है। ये जो टर्म है ये इन दोनों का सम है। 13 और 8 कितना होता है 21। बात समझ में आने लग रही है आप लोगों को यहां तक, ठीक है। अगर ये 5 आया है तो ये पिछले दो नंबर्स का क्या होगा? सम होगा। पिछले दो नंबर्स का क्या होगा? सम होगा। ये सीरीज यहां तक तो बड़ी स्मूथली चल रही है। कुछ घपला नजर आ रहा है मुझे स्टार्टिंग में ही होता हुआ। क्यों? क्योंकि यहां पर भी 8 का डिफरेंस है और यहां पर भी 8 का डिफरेंस है। तो मेरे दिमाग का बल्ब यहां पर जलता है। मेरा दिमाग मुझे कहता है जो भी ऑप्शन होगा ना वो 2:11 से पहले का ऑप्शन होगा, क्योंकि इसके बाद सीरीज बड़ा स्मूथली चलती नजर आ रही है। जो भी घपला हुआ है इनिशियली घपला हुआ है। तो हमारा जो टाइम पीरियड आएगा, जो 8वीं क्लॉक है, जो 8वीं घड़ी है, उसमें जो हमारा टाइम पीरियड आएगा वो पक्का 2:11 से पहले होगा। ऑप्शंस एलिमिनेशन आना चाहिए दिमाग में। भाई माना कि एग्जाम में एमसीक्यू क्वेश्चन आया है, एक तरीका होता है कि एक सही क्वेश्चन को चूज करना, एक तरीका ये भी देखते हैं यहां पर कौन-कौन से हैं, ठीक है। 2:155 2:11 से पहले का टाइम, ये भी बाहर, ये भी बाहर, ये भी बाहर, ठीक है। अब मेरे पास दो ऑप्शन बचे। क्या किसी को यहां तक कोई प्रॉब्लम है गाइस? ठीक है, क्या यहां तक किसी को कोई 21 + 13 34 आया, 34 + 21 55 आया। सीरीज बड़ा स्मूथली चल रही है। ये जो 8 है ना 8, ये पिछले दो नंबर्स का सम रहा होगा। तो दो नंबर्स का सम रहा होगा 8, ठीक है। तो यहां पर मैं कौन सा नंबर रखता हूं जरा बताना। अगर मैं यहां पर 153 रखता हूं तो 153 तो पहले आएगा, ठीक है। अगर मैं यहां पर 153 रखता हूं तो 153 और 155 में 2 का डिफरेंस है और इनके बीच में 8 का डिफरेंस है, ठीक है। 8 और 2 यहां पे 10 आना चाहिए था। इट मींस 153 भी ऑप्शन नहीं होगा। इट मींस 153 भी ऑप्शन नहीं होगा। एक ही ऑप्शन बचता है 158। अगर मैं एग्जाम में होता तो मैं इसको चूज करके आगे बढ़ जाता, मैं इसको वेरीफाई भी ना करता। बट अभी तो मैं एग्जाम में नहीं हूं ना, मैं आपको पढ़ा रहा हूं, तो मैं इसको एक बार सेटिस्फाई करके दिखा देता हूं आप लोगों को। व्हाई 158 इज द करेक्ट आंसर। 158 और 155, ठीक है, डेफिनेटली 158 इसके बाद आएगा। यहां पर आएगा 158, ठीक है। 155 और 158 में 3 का डिफरेंस है। 158 और 2 3 में कितना डिफरेंस है? 5 का। यहां पर 3 का डिफरेंस है, यहां पर 5 का डिफरेंस है। इन दोनों डिफरेंसेस का सम ही तो 8 है ना। फिर 8 और 5 कितना बना 13, 13 और 8 कितना बना 21, 21 और 13 कितना बना 34, 34 और 20 कितना बना 55। सीरीज कौन सा बन रही है? पिछले दो टर्म्स को ऐड करो, अगले टर्म का डिफरेंस आ गया। फिर पिछले दो को ऐड करो, अगले टर्म का डिफरेंस आ गया, ठीक है, ठीक है। ऑप्शन एलिमिनेशन लगाया करो। पता होता क्या है, जब हम लोग एग्जाम देने जाते हैं ना, ऐसा तो नहीं मैंने कोई एग्जाम नहीं दिया होगा अपनी लाइफ में, मैंने एग्जाम दिए हैं भाई। एग्जाम में ना प्रेशर एक है, प्रेशर एक फैक्टर है। हो सकता है अगर प्रेशर मुझे 5% मेरे पे इफेक्ट डाल रहा है ना, किसी पे 10% डाल रहा हो, किसी पे 20% डाल रहा हो। प्रेशर अगर आप चाहते हो आपको प्रेशर कम इंपैक्ट डाले तो आपको बहुत ज्यादा प्रैक्टिस करनी पड़ेगी अलग अलग तरह के क्वेश्चन, ठीक है। जैसे के बाद मैंने चेक कर लिया था, उसके देखना जिन लोगों का कैट खराब हुआ है, ठीक है। 90% लोग ऐसे होंगे जिन्होंने लिटरली कभी फोकस होकर पढ़ाई नहीं करी होगी। नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन। अब इसके बाद मैं आपको एक और क्वेश्चन कराऊंगा। चलो ये है रिमाइंडर का क्वेश्चन, बट इस रिमाइंडर के क्वेश्चन से पहले, इस रिमाइंडर के क्वेश्चन से पहले मैं आपसे कुछ अलग क्वेश्चन करवाना चाहूंगा, ठीक है। इससे पहले मैं आपसे कुछ अलग क्वेश्चन कराना चाहूंगा। जैसे मैंने यहाँ पर क्वेश्चन दिया आप लोगों को 2 to the power 53 when divided by 7 what will be our remainder? 2 to the power 53 when divided by 7 what will be our remainder? हमारा रिमाइंडर कितना होगा? बताओ जल्दी से। अगर आपने मेरी नंबर्स वाली प्लेलिस्ट देखी है क्या, मैंने उसमें चाहते हम क्वेश्चन आ गया एग्जैक्ट में, इसी कॉन्सेप्ट का क्वेश्चन है जो मैं बताऊंगा, बट पहले मैं इस क्वेश्चन को सोल्व करूंगा आप लोगों के लिए, ठीक है? मल्टीपल में प्लस वन क्या है, 7 के मल्टीपल में माइनस वन क्या है, ये कॉन्सेप्ट मैंने आपको रिमाइंडर्स के सेशन में पढ़ाया था नंबर सिस्टम के। अगर आपने तब नहीं पढ़ा था, ठीक है, ये समझ में आया आप लोगों को? ठीक है, कहां से मैंने कहां पहुंचा दिया। यहाँ पर मैं 7 बनाने की कोशिश करूंगा या 7 का कोई भी मल्टीपल बनाने की कोशिश करूंगा। अब बच्चों वाली बात है, चाहे 7 हो चाहे 7 का कोई भी मल्टीपल हो, वो 7 से डिवाइड होने पर रिमाइंडर तो 0 देगा ना। मतलब अगर मैं इस पार्ट को 7 से डिवाइड करूंगा तो मेरा रिमाइंडर क्या आएगा, 0 आएगा। 1 की कोई भी पावर ले लूं, वो क्या होती है, हमेशा 1 होती है। 1 की कोई भी पावर ले लो, मुझे कितना आएगी, 1 आएगी। तो 1 और 7 से डिवाइड करो तो रिमाइंडर कितना है, 7 आने लगा। मल्टीप्लाई में कितना है, 4। अगर मैं 4 को 7 से डिवाइड करूंगा तो रिमाइंडर कितना आएगा, 4 आएगा। तो ओवरऑल ऊपर मल्टीप्लाई कितना 4 आया, 4 को मैं 7 से डिवाइड करूंगा तो मेरा रिमाइंडर कितना आएगा, 4 आएगा। एंड 4 इज द करेक्ट आंसर टू दिस क्वेश्चन। एंड 4 इज द करेक्ट आंसर टू दिस क्वेश्चन, ठीक है? ठीक है, आपको पहले बता दूं P A B A plus B ये होता है ना, आप इसको ऐसे डिवाइड कर रहे हो, दिस पार्ट विल नॉट गिव एनी रिमाइंडर, दिस पार्ट विल नॉट गिव एनी रिमाइंडर। यहाँ पर हमेशा हम क्या बनाते हैं, 1 बनाते हैं। 7 में यहाँ पर एक ऐसा नंबर लिखना होता है जिसमें प्लस करके माइनस करके नीचे होगा मल्टीपल आ जाए। ये रिमाइंडर के बेसिक में पढ़ा रखा है, ठीक है? मैं बेसिक्स कराऊंगा तो हमें फिर XAT'25 था। इसको देखो जरा, या ट्राई टू सॉल्व दिस वन, इसको ट्राई करेंगे आप लोग प्लीज प्लीज देखो। फिर मैं बताऊंगा, इसको टारगेट करो जरा, लेकिन 21 माइनस 2 भी तो बोल सकता हूं ना मैं, इसको 21 माइनस 2 भी तो बोल सकता हूं ना। 21 माइनस 2 का पावर 20 माइनस इसको मैं क्या बोल सकता हूं, 21 माइनस 1 का पावर 19, और हम इसको किससे डिवाइड कर रहे हैं, 7 से डिवाइड कर रहे हैं। 21 माइनस 2 का पावर 20 माइनस 21 माइनस 1 का पावर 19। अब आपको पता है, देखो अभी मैंने पिछले एग्जांपल से आपको क्या समझाने की कोशिश करी है, पिछले एग्जांपल से मैंने आपको क्या समझाने की कोशिश करी है कि बच्चे ये जो होता है ना, 21 को 7 से डिवाइड करोगे तो दिस विल नॉट गिव एनी रिमाइंडर। रिमाइंडर के लिए यहाँ पे कौन सा पार्ट रिस्पांसिबल है, तभी तो इसको जानबूझ के इसका मल्टीपल बनाऊंगा। इसमें मैंने बनाया 21, क्लोजेस्ट मल्टीपल था, इसमें 14 भी मल्टीपल था, 14 प्लस 5 से भी क्वेश्चन सॉल्व हो जाएगा, आंसर तब भी सेम आएगा, ठीक है? बट क्लोजेस्ट ढूंढा मैंने, इसको मैं 21 माइनस 2 बोल सकता हूं, इसको मैं 21 रिमाइंडर देगा। आगे क्या लिखा हुआ है, माइनस अगेन अगर इस 21 को 7 से डिवाइड करूंगा तो दिस पार्ट विल नॉट गिव एनी रिमाइंडर। क्या बचा हमारे पास अंदर, माइनस 1 का पावर 19, ठीक है? ये रिस्पांसिबल है रिमाइंडर्स के लिए, तो ये इतना क्वेश्चन रिमाइंडर्स के लिए रिस्पांसिबल है, ठीक है? तो माइनस 2 का पावर 20, अच्छा माइनस 20 टाइम्स मल्टीप्लाई होगा तो प्लस ही बन जाएगा, तो ये 2 का पावर 20 ही होगा। माइनस है यहाँ पर, माइनस 1 का पावर 19 में से माइनस 1 ही होगा, आपको पता होना चाहिए, ठीक है? माइनस 1 का पावर 19 माइनस बना दिया। अभी मैंने आपको बताया था 2 का पावर 53 वाला क्वेश्चन बताया था ना, इसको कौन सा 2 का कौन सा पावर 7 के मल्टीपल के नियरेस्ट होता है, 2 का पावर 3, तो 3 में से निकाल लो। 2 का पावर 3 20 के नियरेस्ट 3 का मल्टीपल होता है 18, 3 का किससे मल्टीपल 18 बन जाए 6 इनटू 18 बन गया, 2 का पावर 2 बचा प्लस 1 बचा डिवाइड बाय 7 बचा। 2 का पावर 3 कितना होता है, 8 होता है, 8 को मैं 7 प्लस 1 बोलूंगा, इसका होल पावर 6 है, बाहर बचा 4, आगे प्लस 1 डिवाइड बाय 7। दिस पार्ट विल नॉट गिव एनी रिमाइंडर। 1 का पावर 6 होता है 1, उसको 7 से डिवाइड करूंगा, रिमाइंडर 1 आएगा, बाहर इनटू 4 है तो 4 इनटू 1 हो जाएगा 4 प्लस 1 भी था आगे 5 डिवाइड बाय 7। अगर हम 5 को 7 से डिवाइड करते हैं तो बच्चों को पता है हमारा रिमाइंडर कितना आता है, 5 आता है। हमारा रिमाइंडर कितना आता है जी, 5 आता है, ठीक है? इज इट क्लियर टू एवरीवन गाइस, ठीक है? पहले पढ़ा है क्या, फैक्टर्स which have exactly 3 factors, which have exactly एक मिनट, which have exactly ऑप्शन ए पहला है 3 factors, which have exactly 3 factors, ऑप्शन बी है which have exactly 2 factors, एंड ऑप्शन मतलब इसी का ऑप्शन नहीं है, मतलब पार्ट है, पार्ट ए which have exactly 3 factors। ऐसे कितने नंबर है 1 से लेकर 50 बीच में जिनके exactly 3 factors होते हैं, 1 से लेकर 50 बीच में कितने नंबर 2 factors होते हैं, 1 से लेकर 50 बीच में कितने नंबर जिनके 4 factors होते हैं। कैट में 4 factors वाला क्वेश्चन आता है किसी स्लॉट में, ठीक है? मुझे बच्चों ने फीडबैक दिया है, ठीक है? चलो इस क्वेश्चन को कैसे डील करोगे, पार्ट ए और पार्ट बी करना तो बड़ा इजी है, ठीक है? पार्ट ए और पार्ट बी करना तो बड़ा इजी है। जो पार्ट सी है ना, जो पार्ट सी है वो थोड़ा सा मजा दिलाएगा आप लोगों को। देखना जरा एक बार, प्राइम नंबर होते हैं उनके एक्जैक्टली 2 फैक्टर्स होते हैं। जितने भी प्राइम नंबर होते हैं उनके एक्जैक्टली 2 फैक्टर्स होते हैं, पता है ना? जैसे 3 है, 3 के 2 फैक्टर 1 एंड 3, 5 के 2 फैक्टर 1 एंड 5, 7 के 2 फैक्टर 1 एंड 7। तो हमारा जो ये पार्ट था पार्ट 2 था, 2 फैक्टर्स वाला। पहले इस क्वेश्चन को खत्म करते हैं। 1 से लेकर 50 तक ऐसे कितने नंबर जिनके 2 फैक्टर होते हैं। इट मींस इनडायरेक्टली हमसे ये पूछा जा रहा है 1 से लेकर 50 के बीच में प्राइम नंबर्स कितने हैं। इट मींस हमसे इनडायरेक्टली पूछा जा रहा है 1 से लेकर 50 के बीच में प्राइम नंबर्स कितने हैं, क्योंकि जितने भी प्राइम नंबर्स होते हैं उनके एक्जैक्टली 2 फैक्टर्स होते हैं, ठीक है? 1 to 50, तो इनको ऐड कर लो, ठीक है? तो 1 to 50 कितने नंबर्स प्राइम नंबर होते हैं, 15 नंबर्स प्राइम नंबर होते हैं, और दुनिया में जितने भी प्राइम नंबर्स होते हैं उनके एक्जैक्टली 2 फैक्टर्स होते हैं, ठीक है? तो ये जो हमारा आंसर था पार्ट 2 का, आंसर कितना है, 15 आया, ठीक है? पार्ट 2 का आंसर कितना है, 15 आया, ठीक है? प्राइम नंबर का स्क्वायर, जितने भी प्राइम नंबर्स होते हैं, अगर आप प्राइम नंबर का स्क्वायर करके जो भी नंबर आएगा ना, प्राइम नंबर का स्क्वायर करके जो भी नंबर आएगा उसके हमेशा एक्जैक्टली 3 फैक्टर्स होंगे, उसके हमेशा 3 फैक्टर्स होंगे, एक्जैक्टली 3 फैक्टर्स होंगे उसके, ठीक है, एक्जैक्टली 3 फैक्टर्स। एग्जांपल के लिए ले लेते हैं, जैसे प्राइम नंबर है 3, 3 का स्क्वायर कर दो, कितना आएगा 9, 9 के 3 फैक्टर्स होते हैं, 1 3 एंड 9 इटसेल्फ। कोई भी प्राइम नंबर ले लो, उसका स्क्वायर करो, प्राइम नंबर का स्क्वायर करके, ठीक है, लिख लेना प्राइम नंबर का स्क्वायर करके जो भी नंबर बनेगा ये, ठीक है, n इज नथिंग प्राइम नंबर का स्क्वायर, तो n के कितने फैक्टर्स होंगे, n के कितने फैक्टर्स होंगे, 3 फैक्टर्स होंगे हमेशा, हमेशा कुछ भी हो जाए, चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए, ठीक है, हमेशा ऐसा होगा, ठीक है। तो आई होप ये समझ में आ गया होगा आपको। n एक ऐसा नंबर है जो कि प्राइम नंबर का स्क्वायर है, तो उसके हमेशा कितने फैक्टर्स होंगे, 3 फैक्टर्स होंगे। अब हमें ये देखना था 1 से लेकर 50 के बीच में कितने प्राइम नंबर्स के स्क्वायर आते हैं। सबसे पहली बात प्राइम नंबर्स देख लो, 2 होता है, 3 होता है, 5 होता है, 7 होता है, 11 होता है। 2 इज द स्मॉलेस्ट प्राइम नंबर एंड इट इज द ओनली इवन नंबर व्हिच इज आल्सो प्राइम। 2 का स्क्वायर कितना होता है 4, 4 के 3 फैक्टर्स, 3 का स्क्वायर कितना होता है 9, 3 फैक्टर्स, 5 का स्क्वायर कितना होता है 25, इनके 3 फैक्टर्स होंगे, ठीक है, हां इनके 3 फैक्टर्स होंगे, ठीक है। 7 का स्क्वायर कितना होता है 49। यही वो 4 नंबर हैं जो 1 से लेकर 50 के बीच में लाई करते हैं और जिनके एक्जैक्टली 3 फैक्टर्स होते हैं। क्या सर कोई और नंबर ऐसा है जिनके एक्जैक्टली 3 फैक्टर्स होंगे? नहीं है, ऐसा और कोई नंबर नहीं है जिसके एक्जैक्टली 3 फैक्टर्स होंगे जो 1 to 50 के बीच में आएगा। तो these are the 4 numbers which lie from 1 to 50 and have exactly 3 factors। तो फर्स्ट पार्ट का आंसर कितना आ गया, 4 आ गया। 3 फैक्टर्स वाले का आंसर कितना आ गया, 4 आ गया। हां या ना, बताइए। ये बात आपको समझ में आ गई क्या? मजे का क्वेश्चन है ये, पार्ट सी मजे का। किसी को याद है क्या कैट के कौन से स्लॉट में इस तरह का क्वेश्चन आया था? हां, किसको याद है क्या कैट के कौन से क्वेश्चन में इस तरह का आया था? ये याद है किसी को कुछ? किसी को याद है क्या गाइस? कौन से स्लॉट में आया था और क्या था? स्लॉट 2 में क्वेश्चन क्या था, कुछ याद आ रहा है? स्लॉट 2 में मतलब 3 फैक्टर्स था, 2 फैक्टर्स था, 4 फैक्टर्स था, क्या था? सेकंड स्लॉट में आया था, ओके। हां, कौन सा था? 2 फैक्टर्स, 3 फैक्टर्स, 4 फैक्टर्स। वहां 2 फैक्टर्स पूछा था। अरे 2 फैक्टर तो बड़ा सबसे दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा मजाक है। दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा मजाक है। दुनिया में जितने भी प्राइम नंबर है उनके सिर्फ 2 फैक्टर होते हैं। इट मींस हमसे प्राइम नंबर पूछा था उसने। 4 फैक्टर आल्सो इज अ सिमिलर क्वेश्चन, ठीक है। चलो आगे बढ़े, अब आगे बढ़े। चलो अब ये मजेदार क्वेश्चन है, मुझे ये लगता है बड़ा मजेदार क्वेश्चन। 1 से लेकर 50 तक ऐसे कितने नंबर हैं जिनके एक्जैक्टली 4 फैक्टर्स होते हैं? ये दो तो बड़े बड़े मजाक था, ये भी मजाक था, ये भी मजाक था। ऐसे कितने नंबर हैं 1 से लेकर 50 के बीच में जिनके एक्जैक्टली, हां बट इजी है। आपको टोटल नंबर है हमारे पास, ठीक है। चलो ऐसे नंबर into b to the power q into c to the power r, ऐसे हम आगे भी जा सकते हैं। तो टोटल नंबर ऑफ फैक्टर्स कितने होते हैं हमारे पास? पावर में +1 कर दो और मल्टीप्लाई कर दो, पावर में +1 कर दो और उनको मल्टीप्लाई कर दो, ठीक है। हां, पावर में +1 करके मल्टीप्लाई कर दो, ये हमारा टोटल नंबर ऑफ फैक्टर्स निकालने का तरीका होता है। ये हमारा टोटल नंबर ऑफ फैक्टर्स निकालने का तरीका होता है, ठीक है। हां क्लियर है गाइस? अब 4 फैक्टर्स कैसे आएंगे खुद सोचो। 4 कैसे बनेगा? 4 कैसे बनेगा? 4 बनाने के तरीके क्या है? देखो, एक तो तरीका है कि 2 का मल्टीप्लाई 2 से हो जाए, या 1 का मल्टीप्लाई 4 से हो जाए। कोई और तरीका है क्या 4 बनाने का? या तो इसका वैल्यू 2 आ जाए, इसका वैल्यू भी 2 आ जाए, इसका वैल्यू 1 आ जाए और इसका वैल्यू 4 आ जाए, ठीक है। कोई और तरीका है क्या 4 बनाने का गाइस? इज देयर एनी वे? 4 को कोई तरीका और है बनाने का? नहीं है, ठीक है। हां ठीक है, मैं आपको बताता हूं। एक नंबर है 5 into 7, ये प्राइम नंबर है। नीचे तो प्राइम नंबर ही आते हैं ना, प्राइम फैक्टराइजेशन में नीचे प्राइम नंबर आते हैं। इसका पावर 1 लो, इसका पावर 1 है, ठीक है। टोटल नंबर ऑफ फैक्टर्स कितने होंगे? इसके टोटल नंबर ऑफ फैक्टर्स पावर में +1 करो, पावर में +1 करो, मल्टीप्लाई करो, कितना आया 4। बेसिकली मुझे ऐसे नंबर्स लेने हैं जो प्राइम फैक्टराइजेशन में पावर 1 बनाए और वो नंबर 1 से लेके 50 के बीच में ही वेरी करें, उससे और कहीं वेरी ना करें। वो नंबर 1 से लेके 50 के बीच में वेरी करें और कहीं वेरी ना करें। पर 2 के साथ मैंने यहां पर क्या लिया और 7 के बाद प्राइम नंबर कितना आता है 11। 3, ये एक नंबर है 4। आप चेक पावर में +1 करोगे तो उसका TNF 3 आएगा। बहुत सारे बच्चे लिख के गलती कर देते हैं, ठीक है। ध्यान रखना, हम लोग प्राइम फैक्टराइजेशन ले रहे हैं तो हम इसको इंक्लूड नहीं करेंगे क्योंकि ये 2 का पावर 2 बनेगा, इसका TNF आएगा 3। हमें ऐसे नंबर देखने हैं जिनका TNF 4 आने लगा है। पहला नंबर है वो 6, दूसरा नंबर है 10। इनको कैलकुलेट करने की जरूरत नहीं, क्योंकि हमसे पूछा जाता है हाउ मेनी नंबर्स आर देयर विच हैव एक्जैक्टली 4 फैक्टर्स। तो आपको प्राइम नंबर्स को मल्टीप्लाई करना है। ये प्राइम फैक्टराइजेशन है उस नंबर की, वो कौन सा नंबर को क्रॉस कर जाए। 2 के बाद आएगा 23 भी प्राइम नंबर होता है, उसके बाद प्राइम नंबर होता है 29, वो 50 को क्रॉस कर जाएगा। तो 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 8 नंबर तो ये हो गए। अब 3 के साथ 2 मैंने ऑलरेडी ले लिया था, 3 के साथ ले लो 5 के साथ ले लो फिर 19। ये देखो 50 को क्रॉस कर गया, ये भी 50 क्रॉस कर गया, मेरी लिस्ट से बाहर हो गए। तो ये आए हमारे पास 3 वाले। जब मैंने 3 के साथ पेयर बनाए, ये समय मैंने 2 के साथ पेयर बनाए थे प्राइम नंबर के, 2 के साथ 3 लिया, 2 के साथ 5 लिया, 2 के साथ 7 लिया, 2 के साथ। आप इनको क्रॉस चेक कर लो, अगर आपको ज्यादा दिक्कत हो रही है। ये जितना 11 बट दिस इज द लिमिट क्रॉस कर दी, इसमें 50 से बड़ा हो गया। एक नंबर ये है, बाकी और कुछ तो बचा ही नहीं मेरे पास। तो ऐड कर लो इनको 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, आई थिंक 8 थे ये, 8 9 10 11 12 13 13 नंबर तो ये हो गए। 1 से लेके 50 के बीच में किसी प्राइम नंबर का क्यूब आता है क्या? 1 से लेके 50 के बीच में किसी प्राइम नंबर का क्यूब आता है क्या? हां 1 से लेके 50 के बीच में किसी प्राइम नंबर का क्यूब आता है क्या? प्राइम नंबर का बिल्कुल आता है। 2 का क्यूब, 3 का क्यूब, 2 का क्यूब कितना होता है 8, 3 का क्यूब कितना होता है 27। चेक कर लेना, 8 और 27 के एक्जेक्टली 4 फैक्टर होते हैं। तो 2 नंबर ये हो गए, तो टोटल कितना आ गया 15 आ गया। टोटल कितना आ गया 15 आ गया। तो फ्रॉम 1 to 50 देयर आर एक्जेक्टली 50 नंबर व्हिच हैव एक्जेक्टली 4 फैक्टर्स। दिस इज द कंप्लीट कांसेप्ट, दिस इज द कंप्लीट कांसेप्ट, ठीक है भाई। यहां तक की बात आपको समझ में आ गई क्या? यहां तक की बात आप लोगों को समझ में आ गई क्या? ये बड़ा मजेदार क्वेश्चन था, मैं आपको लिटरली बताऊं तो, ठीक है। 3 into 17 नहीं होगा। अनन्या पांडे, तुमने तो अनन्या पांडे जैसी बातें कर दी, ठीक है। मतलब कैसे पॉसिबल है, खुद बताओ कैसे पॉसिबल है? 17 into 3 51 होता है। हमने जब पूछा ही 1 से 50 के बीच में है, जब हमने पूछा ही 1 से 50 के बीच में है, ठीक है। आई थिंक तुम्हें पता होगा 17 into 3 50 से छोटा है, तुमने शायद ऐसे पढ़ा होगा कभी, ठीक है। तो बेसिकली हमें ये तोड़ना पड़ेगा, हमें ये पता होना चाहिए था कि भैया टोटल नंबर ऑफ फैक्टर्स क्या होते हैं। पावर में +1 करके मल्टीप्लाई करना होता है, पावर में +1 करके मल्टीप्लाई करना होता है। तो पावर में +1 करना है तो पावर फिर खुद कुछ होनी नहीं चाहिए, सिर्फ 1 ही पावर होनी चाहिए उसकी। प्राइम नंबर की पावर 1 होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि 1 में 1 ऐड करके ही कितना आएगा 2 आएगा। 1 में 1 ऐड करके कितना आएगा 2 आएगा। 2 into 2 कितना बनेगा 4 बनेगा। पावर है ये, पावर पावर में 1 प्लस करके 2 आना चाहिए, तो खुद की पावर 1 होनी चाहिए ना। काम ठीक है। आगे बेसिक एटिकेट्स, एलसीएम एचसीएफ पता है तुम्हें? एलसीएम एचसीएफ क्या होता है? एलसीएम एचसीएफ आता है तुमसे? ये बताओ जरा, चलो आता है तो करो फिर। चलो जी, एलसीएम एचसीएफ पे बेस क्वेश्चन है ये, ठीक है। हिंट दे दी मैंने तुम्हें, अब तुम देखो इसमें क्या कांसेप्ट लगेगा।
So how to prepare for decision making for that? So this is the most logical section, right? Once you have solved the questions of decision making, the first thing should be in mind that it is a very logical section. So logical section means you have to think mentally on the spot with good logic, right? Okay, so this logical has got a bit in-depth meaning. Once you get the meaning of being logical, I think you can score very high in DM section of that. Okay, and especially critical reasoning also, right? So basically, once you're preparing for this decision making was that, be logical, obviously. Okay, we are being put into different kind of situations actually. So we are like, for example, we are being put into ethical dilemmas. Okay, now that could be like, suppose for example, you're going to give exam and 1 hour before somebody has made an accident on the road, right? You are prepared very hard for that exam throughout the year. What would you do now? Will you leave that person or will you go to exam, right? Since other people can also in any corporate sector, right? In any corporate sector, and is kind of some kind of sexual harassment with your colleagues and all. Okay, so how to tackle that situation? How would you tell your colleague, or could be your team leader, or could be your this HR? Okay, maybe this kind of shutdown or some kind of problem with the company, the people's company. This fund are basically put in decision making actually, right? So you have to see through different sets, right? So once we solve different kinds of sets, we see what kind of logic we can build through it. Okay, so basically now for example also, so you got to think, basically we're doing a set here to understand all this funda, right? But you got to think in 2-3 scenarios, right? First of all, once you're marking any option, so marking any option means you're taking some decision. So once you're taking some decision, right, just make sure that sum of all factors basically present in the situation. For example, there is like some employee or the company, right? Sum of all factors that all that happiness, right, should be maximum. Okay, that is basically it should be a win-win situation for everyone. Right, so nobody should be very sad, nobody should be very happy in case of company shutdown. Okay, employees will also get some compensation. The company owner should also be happy, right? Basically, maximum happiness. I want to search by the options. Okay, that sum of all factors should make everybody happy in every parameter happy in the question. Okay, could be a win-win situation for everybody. That's how we take decision, right? Okay, then we have to be practical. Obviously solving, right? We have to be practical solving the questions. We have to be appropriate. These are the words we are putting it. So just mark these words like, okay, these words are very, very important. Okay, so once you're taking some tough decision in any question, these words will basically help you. Win-win, practical, appropriate, ethical. You have to be very ethical while taking some decision, right? Very, very, very ethical. Okay, in case of company, in case of any company, basically there's a lot of solutions being put, right? Company shutdown or startup shutdown, right? It has to be decision has to be cost effective. Okay. So these terms are very, very important while solving few questions. Okay, just remember a few words, right? Win-win, practical, be appropriate, be ethical. It should be cost effective. Okay, and basically they should be in favor of everyone, right? Right. So basically mark one thing very important, guys. Even if you have arrived at some answer, okay, you arrived at some answer, fine. Okay, but just to get that logic, right? So if A is right, and you suppose you got it right in a mock or in any question, but I want you to spend 2 more minutes on that and think why B was wrong, why C was wrong, why D was wrong, and why E was wrong, and get few points. It says, okay, these points you keep on repeating, right? That it is not cost effective, it is unethical, it is not appropriate, it is not practical, it is not win-win, right? This kind of these these 5-6 words are very, very important while solving any DM question. Okay, so just mark this very effective important words, right? While solving any DM question. Okay, and let's see this all points through a very good set. Okay, now look at this set, guys. This set actually says that you can just pause right now. So pause this video for at least 5 minutes and try this question actually. Okay, and in fact we have got 3 questions here. So this question 1, then we have got question 2 and question 3. So 3 questions on the same set. So we'll see what kind of situations we can see and what we can use here. Okay, so look at this set. guys, this actually says that the vice president and general manager of the German operations of a multinational vehicle manufacturer learns that the plant he supervises, the vice president and the general manager of the German operations, generally of the workers who will be to plant. And they don't want, obviously, right? All these external stakeholders will not be happy with company shutdown. The question says here that as a representative from the parent company, you are unhappy with the delay in the shutdown announcement. Okay, so because you're a representative from the parent company, you are unhappy with the delay in the shutdown announcement, right? Which the following would be considered as an immediate course of action. So basically, what is mind here, guys? There's immediate course of action, and this person is the representative from the parent company, right? And why he's unhappy with the delay in the announcement, right? Basically, just mark, because what question in DM, what question requires, sometimes because we try to get so deep in the situation that we forgot that what question is required, right? The question requires thinking that representative from the parent company is unhappy with the delay in the shutdown announcement, right? What's the delay? In 15 months. Okay, and basically, the following would be considered as an immediate course of action, right? The first point is you notify your superiors and ask them to intervene, right? Because you're solving all these questions, guys, basically. Okay, so just try to put three things. We're going to the options now. In exam also, either try to put a tick or try to put a cross. Okay, right now. So see a tick or cross a question mark. Okay, what is option A, B, C? Basically, cross means this can never be a possibility. Question mark means could be possibility. Tick mark means it's better. It's a biggest possibility, right? Or it is very close. I'm thinking, right? So see, just look at the logic, right? Then you get this answer right, but just get the logic why other options are wrong actually, right? The first point is you notify your superiors and ask them to intervene, right? Now basically, this can be very hasty process with the plant management actually. Okay, because plant management will be involved in this, and again it is not it will be a bit of fighting, right? So a bit of fighting actually, and it is not a very good option. It will be bit of pressure on plant management, right? So basically, A option, obviously, right? It doesn't look correct actually for now. Okay, put across. You voice your concerns to the crisis communication team. Crisis communication team is basically this option B says that yes, there is a communication team built for that, right? That means this company consists of a crisis communication team. So logically, the crisis communication team are basically made for this purpose only. Okay, for handling this kind of situation. So obviously, B would be a better option. Okay, to go to that is the concern team regarding this, right? So basically, if you think A versus B, then in A versus B, B is a clear winner. Obviously, right? Just think of it, right? In A versus B, B has a clear winner. B is a clear winner. Even if you have some doubt in A, you see that B have to mark the best option here. So B is a clear winner. Okay, fine. Now let's go to C option. You voice your concerns to the vice president and ask him to intervene. Logic here would be this is again a cross, right? Because the vice president is already involved in the shutdown announcement of this 15 months in the company, right? So again, you go and tell him to why it is happening, right? Because he is vice president, you would have already seen all the pros and cons of why the company needs 15 months to shut down, and there's absolutely no point talking to the vice president now. Okay, so this cannot be the immediate course of action for him, never, right? So best A versus B versus C, B is the best one because it is immediate also because it is going to the concerned team. Okay, now D option says that you contact the parties who will be affected and inform them of the decision, right? Now basically you informing some third parties here, right? So once you're informing any third party here, okay, so basically that is taken a bit negatively, right? Okay, it's a kind of negative situation, and you don't want to be in situation. Okay, there's never an immediate course of action also because right. So that means taking means troubling, right? Okay, so placing the plant so that an announcement can be made sooner, right? So basically again that's a problem with the option obviously will be basically there's no point working on the announcement sooner because already they decided on a 15-month shutdown because of it takes some process to wind working on the issues can never be the immediate course of action. So they're taking a plant shutdown decision, okay, and this cannot be the okay. Now let's go to the next question, guys. Okay. Again, same set, next question here. So same set, next question says that as the GM now you are the GM of the company. That's general manager, right? So you are the GM. Think of the GM, right? How do you resolve the issues with FT fallings? Now, what is FT falling does? FT fallings is one of the stakeholders of the group, and they found out about the plant shutdown and demands a compensation for the lack of communication, which led them to be underprepared for it. So he's asking for some kind of compensation, right? So I'm the GM of the company, right? I need to think in terms of company. Okay, that's the thing, right? You're thinking in terms of the company right now. Okay, that's a very important point. As a GM, you're looking for the in terms of company. Now, basically, option A was that you agree to consider the demands for compensation and keep them informed, right? So obviously, you cannot agree for the compensation. This is wrong, right? This is not cost effective also, and it is not in favor of company because if one of the there are several stakeholders, right? Several stakeholders. If one of the stakeholders asking for compensation, and if I agree, another will ask them, right? So all of the stakeholders ask for some compensation, and it is not in terms of company because you are the GM of the company. You need to think in terms of the company's good, right? Something in company's betterment actually. Second, you provide them with a suitable contingency plan and offer to assist them through the transition. Now, this looks a very logical option for now, right? Because you are offering something. Basically, it's a situation because it's a guys. It's a kind of a chaos situation. If it's a chaos situation, this option B is basically trying to calm down. Okay, right? You just sense it, you just feel it, right? Think over it. That yes, option B is trying to calm down the situation. That okay, I'm going to shut down the company. You're a GM of the company. He says that I'm going to shut down. It's fine, but I will provide you with a suitable contingency plan, and in this transition phase, I will properly take care also. Okay, so think guys, you are a GM of the company. So you're thinking in the favor of the company here. You're trying to put some claims compensation committees. Again, that is not cost effective in for company's perspective, right? For situation, you should not set up a new committee, waste your resources. Will not be good answer, right? B is very correct, looks correct right now. You offer to help on a personal level. Again, at personal level, it is unethical. It is while answering a question. Again, same set. The third question says that the vice president of the team decides to put together a team to manage communication with external stakeholders. The vice president decides to put together and manage communication with external stakeholder. Okay, which one is he likely to choose for the same? Okay, now you need to think in terms of what? Last question, you are the GM of the company, general manager. In this question, you are the vice president of the company. So what do you think, right? Now, basically, if you think about it, so as a vice president, you are aware of the situation that company is going to shut down in 15 months, and if it wants to put together a team to manage communication. If this thing you can think reality is involved, and so and executive, because they are the stakeholder of the company. Why do we listen to some public relation executive from external agency, right? They want to talk direct to the management, okay, or they want to see what is heat up, right? So there's some external agencies helping it is not ethical, right? Not ethical, and it will not suit down the situation or not calm down the situation. Basically, A should not be there. I guess if you put a cross on A, okay. Representative from the parent company. Obviously, this looks a bit correct actually, because in some big decision, you want to involve your representative from the parent company, right? Again, have this thing in mind that once you read the options in terms of companies versus external stakeholders, situation is repeated up because companies will shut down, they're quite angry, somebody demanding compensation, and they're trying to manage the situation. Okay, so among this, representative from the parent company should work. Okay, so let's just correct for now. Okay, plant officials closely associated with the stakeholders in day-to-day operations. Yes, basically, it's not going to have any cost or impact, but these are all the plant. Officials only. So once you're trying to calm down the situations, you're trying to what do you say? Trying to put water on the all these heated situations, right? Okay. So in that part, basically, the plant officials who are working closely with stakeholders, they can be a good source to talk directly, okay, and to calm down the situation, right? So again, C looks a better option for now also, okay. Human resources person, right? Basically, it's not a job of HR, right? Basically, HR to employees, is basically biased. Okay, so it is not cost effective. Okay, but see, once a big, it's a multinational vehicle plant is there, trying to shut down in 15 months, plant officials, and because once a company is trying to shut down and all the stakeholders, some kind of legal with some legality also. Okay, so this may not be that cost effective to shut down. It should be actually basically it should be actually some kind of legality has to be involved there. Okay, so I think so. If you take C, the tick here, guys, B has got a tick, C has got a tick, and F has got a tick. So basically B, C, F, D should be the best option to mark here. Okay, so this three a very good situation actually, and this three questions would have given you a very good idea. Okay, so let's remind all of you with a few that words actually. Okay, so all those good words that I'm writing here. Okay, so this words basically the sum of all the people managing the situation managing, right, should be a kind of maximum to win-win situation. There's one word. You can't be biased. You can't be biased. This word is very important. Okay, some of factors of all happiness, right? So some of all the happiness factors is maximum while taking a decision. Okay, obviously, right? It has to get a maximum. Obviously, when a company shut down, everybody can't be happy, right? But a decision should not be maximum happiness. That's what I told, right? Okay, you can't be biased with this with your views. Okay, you have to be appropriate. You have to be ethical while taking a decision. Okay, and you have to be very kind of practical also while taking a decision. Right? So all the basically words. Once you mark it should be very helpful while marking DM questions. Okay. So all got invited questions, guys. So DM is a very interesting topic. So just try to solve all the previous year questions, and I'll bring you series one by one for all the previous year questions. Okay. And let's see. This is not a previous year question, obviously. Okay. And this is a good situation to be in. Okay. So I hope all of you will enjoy this. Okay. So guys, thank you for watching. Let's meet in the next video. Bye bye. Hi guys, welcome to the Manager Prakash. I hope all are doing well, preparing well for that. So this is a decision making class 2 for that actually. So we have done already first class, and we're doing some practice sets in this. Okay. And in the first class we did a good set of 3 questions and some key points on how to start taking in decision making, which is the make or break section for that. Okay. So very interesting topic. Let's start with this, guys. Okay. Some very good sets here. We'll discuss. Yeah. And before that, and for all the questions and win Amazon vouchers 426. This was one set and then one more set, right? So this is a set of 3 questions here. Look at this question, guys. This question says that India category lead Latika went on into premature labor 45 days before her due date, and into the pain of having a baby in the ICU. Parts of her extended family presently blamed her for neglecting her pregnancy. Okay. Okay, while that truth stared everyone in the face, Latika called Nidra her senior most manager in the home hygiene section and asked her to vote for her at work. She did not want to ask for her male colleagues as they had a history of not obliging their female colleagues. 2 days later, they refused, claiming that they were the absence of their colleagues, right, does not fit D and E. Okay, so fourth question, guys. What action should Purva take against the male managers? Okay, these are options A, B, C, D, and E. Right. Now, it tells the male managers that she understands the question and asks Netra and Netra for timing. So asking Netra and Netra any adjustment in the time is not fair, right? It's unfair, basically. Okay, so option A will go out. Okay. Option B, put her foot down and tell them to take charge in the absence of their colleagues, right? This would be a fair one right now. So while reading B, I've not read the other options, but I can't. But B should be a good one because in this now, because it's a kind of situation where they have some immediate requirement here, right? Because this was a serious day for the home hygiene. They have some 2-day concept development training actually, right? So in this case, they want their main manager to be present. Okay, or somebody from manager side to be present. So they should tell the main managers that they should take charge in the absence of their colleagues. So B looks fine for now. Offer bonuses to make them change their stance, right? So offering bonuses will be like insensitive to male colleagues, okay, because they have basically offering bonus will be a bit of kind of insensitive because one lady is pregnant here and the other lady has father has got knee operation. Okay, so any kind of bonus or compensation will be a kind of a little bit bribe actually, so it won't hold good. No, option D, immediately hire more women in managerial positions, right? So again, immediately there's an immediate requirement here, so hiring more managers and giving them training wouldn't be a good option actually. So D also will not correct, right? E, file a formal complaint against the managers who refuse to cooperate. Okay, so filing formal complaint is again not an immediate solution, right? Because they want somebody to in this 2-day campaign because it's a serious before home hygiene. That is very important day for this company, right? So again, E option is also not because E option is not an immediate solution. Okay, so I'm looking for something immediate. So best would be B option that she should put her foot down and basically tell them to take male manager to take charge of the situation, right? So B looks correct, right? Sure. Now let's look at the second question of this advice. This question says that the manager assigned by Purva lacks specific knowledge in terms of product design modification, which is an essential part of the event. How can Purva help? Right. Now, so again, this question here is actually the manager assigned by Purva lacks specific knowledge in terms of product design modification, which is an essential part of the event. Right. How can Purva help? So basically, in this, what she can do, read options wise, guys. Okay. So option A is. So basically, option A would be here. Ask another experienced category head to step in. Okay. Option B, limit her accountability as her prime role was centered on assigning other manager. Option C, hire a consultant from external agency to work with existing staff. Option D, ask Latika and Netra to be available on call and emails at all times to help the manager. And option E, look for Latika's colleagues in the same division to help out. Right. So basically, option D would get simply neglect with anything asking for Latika and Netra in this situation is bad. They are in cannot do situation. Okay, one lady is pregnant and other's father is working operation. So there's time of distress, right? So don't expect anything from them. Hire a consultant from an external agency to work with the existing staff. Again, so what role it is actually required in this? What kind of work is there? So again, hiring somebody will actually be not good and it's not an immediate solution actually. Right. So looking for something immediate, so you can cut off option C also. Okay. Now option D, limit her accountability as a prime role centered on assigning other manager. Right. So basically limit her accountability is a negative word here. Okay. It's like running off the responsibility. Okay. So don't run off the responsibilities are provided. Okay. So basically don't run off. So again B option you can eliminate. And A option, ask another experienced category head to step in. Right. So basically again you don't know that the other person here. So basically the fight is between A and E here, right? So E, look for Latika's colleagues in the same division to help out. That's a better option, right? Because Latika's colleagues in same division would have a better idea about that project, whereas somebody, if any other experienced category head comes in, right, he or she doesn't know what kind of work they're doing actually, right? So that's why another experience is like a weak option, and same division of Latika's colleagues is a stronger option, right? So E is a better statement than A because already idea होगा उसके बारे में work को, ठीक है, जो Latika के colleagues होंगे, right? So basically E is the best option here. E should be the answer. Correct. All of you getting this right? This is how you should proceed in DM, right? Look at the options, try to neglect which options can be neglected in the first shot. Maybe there are 2 or 3 options, right? Now, this question says that with respect to the organization's gender diversity initiative, much is left to be desired. Okay, which of the following actions should be taken to help it? So, organizing gender diversity, let's read it option by point. A balanced gender diversity initiative, it's a good word, good sentence. Have stringent laws for male managers to make them adhere to the guidelines of the initiative. Stringent laws, there is nothing wrong actually, right? So basically this would be a wrong point. It should not be stringent laws actually. Have regular discussion and team building initiatives to promote empathy among male and female employees, right? So promoting empathy is good and positive word, right? So among male and female employees. So option D looks correct. So option D is also good. Option A is also good, and option B is also good, right? Because now option A, like people will fight why there's period of after that women need childcare leave, right? They need maternity leave. So basically in that phase of time, they should have this flexible work from home policy. Okay, so I see many equivalents. This 1.A was made a discussion in this question. Among the faculties also and all, right, but actually you have to be logical while making any decision. Be logical as well as be sensitive also, right? So they face a lot during this period, so basically they need this kind of leaves and work from home policy, right? So basically A is the correct, A should be the correct one. Okay, so answer is A is correct, B is correct, and D is correct. So A, B, and D, because apart. Hi guys, my name is Prakash and welcome to Rodha. I hope all are doing well, and with this 15 days to go for XAT, all are doing very well for XAT. Okay, so in this stage, keywords, they're not feeling that they're constantly getting get enrolled from supplier. She was traveling when a box of expensive chocolates arrived, and her spouse and her children opened the box and consumed most of the chocolates. Almost at the same time, the same supplier invited a sales manager of the company to a fully paid suite trip to an expensive resort in order to see a product demonstration and to play golf with his salespersons. Okay. Although your company does not have no gifts policy, right? No gifts policy, right? Basically, does not have a no gifts policy. Your standards of expectations from employees are high. Okay. Which are following would be a course of action. Okay. Now, who are you actually? So basically. you're kind of owner of the company, and it's referring that your senior sales representative happens, you're the owner of the company, and you have to decide which course of action you would choose after these two incidents, right? So if you read the option A here, guys, it says that meet the salesperson of your company and strictly warn them about accepting any gifts from suppliers in future. See, basically you can't strictly warn them, right? Actually, this strict word is wrong here. Okay, because why? Because the company does not have a no gifts policy, right? Yes, the standard expectations are high, agreed, right? But you cannot take any strict action because both were not directly involved in this, right? Because once she was traveling and the boss was invited, okay, then he went. He does not directly. That's why one of strict disciplinary action in future. Again, same thing, right? Strict disciplinary action you cannot take, okay? Because they have not gone against the policy of the company, okay? So strict disciplinary action you take when you go against the policy of the company, not in these cases, right? Extreme an action to take actually because they have not gone against the company. Ask him to explain why his service should not be discontinued, right? So you're asking you're asking explanation from the supplier actually, right? So it doesn't have right for this actually because the supplier also has not gone anything against the company's policy, have not given any kind of bribe and all, right? So and moreover, when the supplier also should do nothing in this case, right? It's a good question, right? Because many people will like marking do nothing before marking that do nothing will be a bit skeptical about it, right? Should we mark, should we don't mark, right? It's a good option, good question, right? Okay, so we got it. So I explained you all the options, which options are good or bad, right? Okay, or which options are basically what points we should focus to eliminate the options. Okay, so let's go to the next question, guys. See the next question here, question 2 of this video. The new induction training program has been a rolling success. Okay, again, pause this video, try this for 2-3 minutes, and then see the answer, right? See, so the new induction training program has been a rolling success. All new induction courses for the next 12 months have been tightly scheduled. Okay, this morning you receive a call from Mr. Surya, the head of the trust, requesting you to train 8 newly recruited teaching assistants. So Mr. Surya is the head of the trust, mind you, okay, and requesting you to train 8 newly recruited teaching assistants before they start their job next month. You explain that all these slots are fully booked, okay, for the next 3 months, but he insists that the new teaching assistants be trained immediately, okay, so to hopefully reduce turnover among them. You speak to Dilipa, who wants you to deal with the issue on your own, okay, on your own. Review the following responses that you wish to communicate to Mr. Surya. Right? So, understand this part, right? That Mr. Surya is the head of the company, and when he is insisting to do something, okay, he is insisting that they have to be trained. That means they have to be trained. Correct. So you have to, you are the person in this case, and you need to think that how you tackle the situation actually, right? So option 1, inform him. Okay, first read the question, guys. Select the best of these following responses in the descending order of effectiveness, right? That means first should be most effective. Okay. So once you read the first option, so first statement, inform him that once the schedules are drawn up, it is not possible to effect any changes as the reputation of the trust would be at stake, right? That's actually wrong. You cannot give this statement to the head of the company, who is actually head of the trust, who is actually insisting you that they have to be trained, okay, for something good only, right? So this is not the best option you choose actually, right? So inform him once the schedules are drawn up, it is not possible to effect any change. That is wrong. Okay, you have to accommodate, right? You have to try and accommodate this because the head of the company is asking to you. Okay. Now, suggest that a new agency may be permitted to run induction sessions for the teaching staff assistant for as a special case. Yes, this should be done because usually because all these slots are fully booked for the next 3 months. But still, if the new right. So basically, the cost-effective term we need to think in those cases where any issue is happening, right? Means in the companies and laws like that, right? Here, nothing it is given about companies having loss or any issue here, right? So cost-effectiveness would not be a good term here. Okay, to think about it, right? The second option, let's look at third one. This tell him that if some inductees drop out in the first month, at least D, A, B, and basically A, D, and E. So A, D, and E should be the between A, D, and D. Among A, D, and E, one should be the answer here. Fine. Now, look at the fourth option. Tell him that since no spaces are available in the induction training session for 3 months, you as the HR manager would conduct induction session for them after office hours. Yes. So again, it's a good answer. Right? It's a good positive answer because even if you're trying to not having slots for this training actually, but you're trying to do it after office hours because the head of the office or the head of the trust is insisting you to do it and you're agreeing to it, and basically he's right also here. That new staff has to be trained for something good only, right? So he's right here actually. That's why it's good. Okay. So basically the 2 is the most effective option. Then I should go with 4. Okay. So I think then the D option should be the right one. Okay. D, 2 then 4, right? Among between 3 and 1. So obviously 1 should be the least one because informing him completely negative, right? Okay. That it is not at all possible. So that's a bad answer to give to head of the trust when he's asking for something good for the company, right? That's why actually it is not good. Okay. So D option is the correct answer. Correct. Sure. Let's do next one, guys. Now, you are a human resource manager in the HR department of Vikash Education and Charitable Trust. Okay. You organize and support recruitment and training, provides secretarial support for disciplinary investigation, and keep person records of staff. You report to Ms. Diripa, one of the 2 senior HR managers who report to the HR director. For the post of consultant professor in the trust, 2 internal candidates, Mr. Rana and Mr. Taran were interviewed. Okay. Mr. Taran was selected as he was considered to be academically gifted with impressive leadership skills, even though he had less experience than the other. 3 days later, Mr. Rana came to the office complaining that issue of them actually. So question is, which of the following is the best way to handle the issue raised by Rana? Right. Now, statement A here, it says that tell Mr. Rana that you empathize with him. Okay. But the process was fair and details of the assessment could be shared with him. Okay, it gives this option A gives positive vibes, right? Basically, yes, you are trying to empathize, obviously, right? You cannot be rude because he's the internal company, he's the internal employee of your company. This is internal matter actually, and as an HR, you have to deal with it. Okay, and because he's having more experience also, so fair and details I will share. So you should share the details also because again, he's the internal candidate. Had he been external, so option A gives good one, right? Let's see option B here. Tell Mr. Rana that if he's interested, he could write to the HR director and you would act as per the directives received. Okay, so again, a bit extreme and a bit rude option, right? That if he's interested, he could write to the HR director. So basically, in this matter, you can deal. You actually should deal it, right? Okay, so you need not inform HR director in this. Okay, so basically, it's a bit of a runaway kind of option. So basically, you are responsible person. You are the HR manager of the company. Your senior. Okay, so for this matter, by writing to HR director, that is 2 levels above you, right? Wouldn't be good. So you have to take offer tea to Mr. Rana and say that you can understand why he's upset, let him have a bit of moan and help him get out of the system. So you cannot let him have a bit of moan. Again, I told you, as a senior employee, as an HR, you need to take care, you need to explain also. You owe an explanation to him that why he's not selected. So option A is better than option C. So again, A looks better than C here. Fine. Option D, guys. Tell Mr. Rana that the institute find the right person for the job, not the one who has been around the longest. Okay. So this is E option also. So E I've written here. Okay. You should be next line. So this is D option, right? So tell Mr. Rana that institute finds again. D is a bit rude option. Okay. Again rude. So he's an internal employee. He's an employee of the company, and as an HR, you should treat him nicely because he's a more experienced person, right? So it's okay, right? You just tell him that this is a very rude option to tell him, right? So it's not good. Again, E is that one Mr. Rana that is complained to be constituted as criminal and held against him. So nothing, right? See, as E is again wrong because Mr. Rana is doing nothing wrong. Okay, because it was some internal job posting. Because he is nothing wrong in asking to internal candidate. So it cannot be diminished right now. Okay, that's why in the video which I will open up your mind in decision making. Okay, and I've been taking a lot of classes at Academy also in DMs. So you can a lot of free classes. You all can attend there. Okay, just follow me at Academy. I post my profile link in the video description only. Okay, and we'll continue the series in the next video. Okay, thank you for watching, guys. Bye bye. Okay, that's the first question here, guys. This first question says that so Rakesh, who hailed from Dhanbad, worked in Jamshedpur with SPCIL, a government construction company. Although HR policies concerning job security and work-life balance attracted Rakesh to SPCIL. Over time, he found his work monotonous with no growth opportunity.
German number 1, Vincent Keimer, is on your screen. He's going to play with the white pieces against Magnus Carlsen. Nodirbek Abdusattorov does not have enough space, perhaps. Puts Magnus's chair, and there comes the world number 1. Vincent versus Magnus. These are always exciting clashes because Vincent plays some exciting chess with Magnus, always ambitious, never shying down from a fight, and this is going to be no different. We are at the Tata Steel Chess India 2024 Blitz, 3 minutes plus 2 seconds increment. The arbiters signal the start of the round, and I think we are about to go a handshake. And what is Vincent's first move going to be? C4, the English, symmetrical English by Magnus. Knight comes out to F3, and G6 played. He wants to put his bishop down the long diagonal. Vincent plays D4, knight takes, and now the bishop comes attacking the knight on D4. He plays E4. We've transposed into the accelerated dragon territory, but Magnus plays this slightly tricky move, queen d6, attacking here, and in the center, the knight jumps, attacking the queen, a check to the king. The knight comes back to c3. Now, you cannot really take here, the knight is defending, so knight c3 has made Magnus stop in his tracks. He brings his knight out to f6, attacking the pawn on e4, f3, he's defended the central pawns. If you see the time usage, both players have played relatively quickly, which shows that they know the opening. D6, bishop e6 is one idea. You can even quickly castle. But can you take advantage of this pin here? It doesn't seem likely that it's possible. And so Magnus plays d6, opening up the bishop. Bishop e2 played. He castles as black. White also castles. And now the bishop comes here, putting pressure on c4. You may also want to bring your other rook in to put pressure onto the c4 pawn. And here, I think a3 with the idea of b4 later could be very interesting. Queen d2, maybe you want to... He plays queen d2, but maybe it's not the most accurate move. And the reason is now you can't jump with your knight easily without avoiding the trade of queens. Magnus plays this very nice move, knight d7. He opens up the bishop. The knight is coming to c5, and you can strike in the center with f5 move. Although that's slightly weakening, you have to play it with a lot of care. Now, if you play knight a3 in this position, then you have wants to get out his knight. He's unable to do so right now, and that's why he's using his time. He needs to be careful. This move, queen d2, perhaps a small inaccuracy by Vincent, already facing some troubles in the position. He brings his rook to c1 so that he protects the knight, ready to get in, knight to a3. Now Magnus has this very interesting move, which is knight b6, putting pressure here. Look at this. If you go knight b6, and if b3 is played, already this becomes very soft. But I guess to knight b6, Vincent wants to go knight a3. And again, Magnus is the one who's taking some time and plays his rook to c8, a very natural move, putting pressure down the c5. Time for Vincent to develop his final piece. Knight to a3 makes a lot of sense. There are also possibilities of just tucking the king to h1. He goes knight a3, a good move, and f5 on the board. Excellent play by Magnus. He's sensing a certain bit of disharmony in his opponent's camp. Pawn takes pawn, he takes back with the pawn. Now, such moves, f5, is slightly dangerous because the e7, e6, these squares get weakened quite a bit. But here, are they going to haunt white? Are they going to haunt black? We don't know. Knight b5, he comes in, and Vincent knows what harmony is all about. He feels it that his knight belongs on the d4 square. So knight b5, an excellent move by him. And what is Magnus's response going to be here? Look, let's have a look at the clock timings. 1 minute 40 seconds for Magnus, 1 minute 20 seconds for Vincent. You can see Magnus playing with those two pawns, thinking about what his next plan ought to be. f4 might be an interesting move. Takes. Is there some exchange sacrifice there? He goes knight e5 for the time being. Attacks the pawn on c4. Look at this. Two attackers here, only one defender. You have to defend it, but how? Do you want to go b3? Yes, he does. Slightly weakening the c3 knight, but there's no way to take advantage of it. f4, what a move. Now if you take here, then clearly rook f4, queen f4, and a6 will net the c3 knight. So that's the reason why he comes back, bishop f2, a safe move there by Vincent. And I think it's time to kick this knight away as well. a6, the knight jumps back, attacking e6 bishop, he takes it, bishop takes d4, and now Magnus pushes his pawn to b5. Magnus just gets this feeling that his position is very solid because of the dark square control, and he's already ready to open up the queen side. Pawn takes pawn. You cannot really win this because the queen is hanging, and you cannot even take on b5 because of rook c3 followed by queen d5. So somehow this move b5 is a very irritating one for Vincent, and he can't do much about it. He cannot allow b takes c4, so he takes. Rightly so. Magnus takes back, and now your queen is a little bit uncomfortable. You want to defend it, rook d1, but then the c3 knight is a bit soft. There could be ideas like knight f3, bishop takes, queen takes, and then the c3 knight hangs if the rook moves away from the defense of the knight. So much to calculate. Vincent down to 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10. Oh my goodness, he's not making a move. Vincent Keimer needs to play. He goes rook d1. A good move there. But now is knight f3 possible? Bishop f3, bishop d4, queen c3. Magnus is calculating. He doesn't like that later a4, a5, a6 with the bishop looking at the queen in square. That might get very dangerous. So he's calculating whether this works. And this is the toughest part in a blitz game. You see a combination working, you give it up, and then you play something else. Bishop f5, that's a mistake. f4 pawn hanging. Suddenly there are no good discovered attacks. Vincent with 4 seconds takes it. You can sense that Vincent is fearless. Magnus comes in with his rook, attacks the bishop. Queen e3, again the best move, defending the bishop here. Rook takes a2. Yes, you can capture that pawn. That seems like the best move there. And at least getting back your pawn. Magnus has 36 seconds. Vincent down to 5 seconds on the clock. He takes the pawn on a2. Rook takes. Queen takes. And now very important to play something like king h1. But he goes knight g3, makes an error. Allows bishop c2, hitting the rook and the pawn. Plays it. And now rook c1. Very important move. So that queen d3, there is queen d2, but no time. Rook d2 is a mistake because Magnus wins another pawn. And this time a very important pawn because this one, he's now a complete pawn up here. He wants to take here and take on e5. Magnus saves his bishop. f4 played. And you can see Magnus wanted to move the knight, but then just stopped in. What is it that he's thinking? Knight d7, knight c6. A few possible moves here. He goes knight to c6, attacking the bishop. Bishop takes h8, king takes, and plays his bishop to b5, again attacking the knight, and he attacks white's knight. Great vision of the board. Bishop h5, attacking f4 pawn, so g3 defends it. He comes back to protect this pawn. Rook d2, b3 played, and Magnus is completely winning now. The way in which the tide turn was very, very impressive, and you can see how Magnus calms himself down when he's winning the game. He doesn't really go through the motions, trying to sort of continue in that adrenaline thing. He tries to slow down. Rook g2, bishop comes out to d5, attacking the rook. Rook goes back, pawn pushes forward, g4 takes, pawn takes, and now the bishop is controlling the queening square. So rook b8, g5 check, king comes back to g7, and Vincent comes back to stop the pawn from queening. Magnus knows that he is winning here, but he first plays e6. Not a great move. Rook d1 actually is the best. f5 mistake. He takes bishop a2. Bishop comes back, chops off the bishop. Rook takes. King comes up to g6, and you can see that the g pawn is falling. And Vincent resigns. Magnus says that wasn't the most perfect game there, but really a great fight and some great ideas in this accelerated dragon setup. The move f5 that Magnus played is definitely very, very instructive in how you should be breaking up white center.
हम ध्यान लगा रहे हैं, जब तक हमारी आंख खुले तब तक हमारा जूता हमको मिल जाना चाहिए। ध्यान न लगाओ। ढूंढो जो बैठा बल्दी मारे, कहाँ उतारा था कल जूता? हमने कल वहीं उतारा था, हमसे कोई मतलब नहीं। हम ध्यान लगा रहे हैं, जब तक हमारी आंख खुले तब तक हमारा जूता हमको मिल जाना चाहिए। ध्यान न लगाओ, ढूंढो जो बैठा बल्दी मारे, कहाँ उतारा था कल जूता? हमने कल वहीं उतारा था, हमसे कोई मतलब नहीं। ढूंढ के दीजिए, हमको ऑफिस जाने के लिए लेट हो रहा, हमारा ऑडिट लगा आज। तो एक दिन चप्पल पहन के नहीं जा सकते, जूता 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 कर रहे हैं। हाँ, हम लेबर हैं, चपरासी हैं, जो चप्पल पहन के जाएंगे ऑफिस। एक जोड़ी आओ, तो कान में लटका चले जाएं। पहली बात तो तुम्हें कान नहीं है, और दूसरी बात लेबर चपरासी की इज्जत करो, ये लोग ना होना तो कोई काम नहीं हो सकता है। जो आदमी छोटे आदमी की इज्जत नहीं करता, उसका सत्यानाश हो जाता है। सॉरी 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 सॉरी, माफ कर दो, माफ कर दो। तुमसे सॉरी, तुम्हें लड़का सॉरी जो 10 बजे तक सो रहा है, उसकी नींद डिस्टर्ब हो रही होगी। देखो, देवता ने हुंकार भरी तो। बाबा सुनीता पुत्र श्री श्री 108 शुभम महाराज, निद्रा योग से कब उठेंगे प्रभु? चिलगोजानंद। अरे पापा यार, पापा यार, हम आपके पापा यार हैं। अरे पापा, अरे हम आपके पापा नहीं, भक्त है गुरुदेव महाराज, भक्त है गुरुवर। अरे यार बाबा, छुट्टी है, डीएम ने स्कूल बंद कर दिए, ठंडी की छुट्टी है। डीएम ने छुट्टी करी, बोर्ड तो नहीं कैंसिल कर दिया जो अगले महीने है, कि तुम्हारी जगह डीएम जाएगा लिखने पन्नी लेके। अरे पढ़ लेंगे, बहुत ठंडी है। ठंडी वंडी कुछ नहीं, तुम डरते हो ठंडी से। कोई ठंडी नहीं, तुम जाड़े से डरते हो। मैं नहीं डरता हूँ, मैं 2 डिग्री टेम्परेचर में नंगा नहा लूं, और नहाया है। नहा के जा रहा हूँ कमाने, अपना कर्तव्य निभाने। तुम सो गधा वैसे रजैयम पड़े पड़े। तेरे दस्ताने रख, ले जाओगे? गर्मी में ले जाएंगे, दस्ताने गर्मी में ले जाएंगे। जब टपर पसीना बहेगा तो उसी में भर लेंगे पाउच जैसे। इस आदमी से कितना कुछ कह लो, लेकिन ये इज्जत से बात नहीं कर सकता, क्या बताएं? अरे देवी महारानी, माफी माफी, महालक्ष्मी माफ कर दीजिए। आपके चरणों में साष्टांग दंडवत, साष्टांग दंडवत, साष्टांग दंडवत। ये क्या हो रहा है? अरे कुछ नहीं है, आप कुछ तो हो रहा है। कुछ हो रहा हो, सुबेरे सुबेरे तो पड़ोसी को चैन से जी लेने दो। जाड़े में रहाइश नहीं मिली, फाट पड़ी हुआ के पैर पड़ रहे थे ना। अरे वो कुछ नहीं हो तो सबके यहाँ होता है, सबके यहाँ नहीं होता भाभी। हमारे यहाँ तो कभी पैर नहीं छुए, लेकिन हमारे यहाँ होता है। हमारे यहाँ का रिवाज है, मर्द ऑफिस जाता है, मादा के पैर छू के जाता है। हमारे पिताजी छू के जाते थे, हम छू के जाते हैं, हमारा लड़का जाएगा बहुरिया के छू के। ठीक नहीं, महिलाओं की इज्जत करनी चाहिए। इज्जत हम कर लेंगे, आप क्या लेने आइए? कटोरी काहे के ले आइए? दो इनको जाएं। हाँ, हमको एक सामान लेनी थी, लेकिन अच्छा हाँ सुनीता, कल जो प्रोबो ऐप शेयर करी थी वो क्या था? अरे प्रोबो ऐप इंडिया का पहला ट्रस्टेड ओपिनियन ट्रेडिंग ऐप है। 1 करोड़ से भी ज्यादा लोग यूज कर रहे हैं इसको। अच्छा, कैसे क्या होता है इसमें? अरे सिंपल यस नो में जवाब देना होता है, अपना ऑप्शन देते हैं, ऑस्ट्रेलिया जीत जाएगा। हमने कहा यस, गिल ने मारी डबल सेंचुरी, जवाब निकला सही, हमें हुआ पेल के प्रॉफिट। एक मैच से पेल के प्रॉफिट पहले बताती। अरे अभी न्यूजीलैंड से सीरीज बाकी है। क्रिकेट कैटेगरी में जाओ, सवाल का जवाब दो। बहुत श्योर हो तो क्वांटिटी स्लाइडर से इन्वेस्टमेंट बढ़ाओ, पैसे बनाओ, पैसे विड्रॉ करने पेटीएम गूगल पे सब है उसके लिए। और मैच के समय भी सवालों का जवाब देकर इंस्टेंट प्रॉफिट कमा सकती हो। डिस्क्रिप्शन से लिंक डाउनलोड करो, 25 रुपए तक का वेलकम बोनस मिलेगा। अरे वाह, अभी करेंगे। देवियों, एडवर्टाइज हो गया हो तो आगे का काम किया जाए। अरे उठ गए हमारे देवता। अरे भाई, अरे हटो हटो भाई, राजकुमार उठ गए, हटो, राजकुमार उठ गए, राजकुमार उठ गए, राजकुमार उठ गए। अरे अरे अरे, उठे नहीं है, टॉयलेट जा रहे हैं। फिसल जाओ, फिसल जाओ। हाँ, तुम तो मुंडी ठीक कराते घूमे पूरी ठंडी, फिसल जाओ। यार पता नहीं क्या ढूंढे जा रहे हो भाभी?
अरे इनका जूता पता नहीं कहाँ रख दिया इन्होंने। नालिम तो नहीं डाली है?
अरे नालिम का डाल आएंगे हम, 6 महीने का बच्चा है क्या जो नालिम डाल आएंगे?
अरे मजाक कर रहे हैं।
ये एमजीओ की वीडियो चल रही थी, मजाक कर रही हूँ। तुम सौरभ शुक्ला हो, मजाक कर रही हूँ।
हाँ है, आओ कर ले, फेस रिवील कर ले आओ। वैसे भाभी जूता इनके साली तो नहीं चुरा ले गई?
आप यहाँ आई किस लिए?
एक चीज थी लेनी, इसलिए।
जल्दी से वो चीज लेके जाइए।
पहले जरा आप मुस्कुराइए।
अपने होठों में कीले गड़वा के सूली पे लटक जाऊंगा, लेकिन आपके सामने मुस्कुराऊंगा नहीं।
ना मुस्काओ, कौन बहुत मोती झड़ रहे हैं तुम्हारी मुस्कान से। भाभी हमको चीनी दो, हम जाएं। उनकी मुस्कान देखने नहीं आए थे। हाँ दे रहे हैं।
ऐसा है, पहले हमारा जूता धुना जाएगा।
अरे भाभी हम बता रहे हैं, नालिम डारियां हुई है, बता नहीं रहे।
अरे आप तो पीछे है पड़ गई एक चीज के।
नहीं यार, नहीं 4 बजे से नहीं, वे दोपहर में रखो 1 बजे से। धूप रहेगी मैदान में। नहीं नहीं, बैट नहीं ला पाएंगे हम, बैट रोहित से ले। हाँ ठीक ठीक।
वाह, अपॉइंटमेंट हो गया फिक्स, मैदान पड़ेंगे 6। एकदम मजे हैं।
अरे खेल लेने तो भैया, अगले साल कक्षा 10 में चला जाएगा, कहाँ टाइम मिलेगा, बोर्ड्स रहेंगे।
अरे ये क्लास 10 में है, तभी तो बिस्तर चढ़ा रहे हैं 10 बजे तक।
अरे राम 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 राम, क्या होगा देश का भविष्य?
क्या क्या होगा, ये लेटा तो है देश का भविष्य। अभी आराम से 12-1 बजे तक उठेगा, फिर बिना नहाए मंजन करेगा। कहो बिना मंजन करे खाना खा ले। देश का भविष्य। मसाला थूका ना?
मसाला नहीं थूका, एकदम ये किया, पिच किया डिसअपॉइंटमेंट वाला।
प्रातःकाल उठ के रघुनाथा, माता पिता गुरुना वही माथा। उनके माथा ही नहीं नावे क्या? सो रहे सो।
अरे यार पापा, डीएम ने छुट्टी करी है, 1-2 दिन सो लेंगे तो क्या दिक्कत हो जाएगी। डीएम ने छुट्टी कक्षा 9 तक करी है, तुम्हारी कहाँ है? डीएम का लड़का कक्षा 9 में पढ़ता है, उसने कक्षा 9 तक बंद कर दिए। 10, 11, 12 सब खुले। और आज प्री बोर्ड है 10th और 12th का। मिश्राइन कलर का गया तो एड्रेस पे, मिश्राइन कलर का गया तो एड्रेस पे, मिश्राइन कलर का गया तो एड्रेस पे। जूता मिल गया।
ले आओ इधर।
Look, false personas, all is hopeless in the game now. The wrong devotion flows through those who chase the same cloud. The pollen flowing through the industry got this congested. I'm XXL if they fit the pen.
नंदी, गेट खोलो, देखो अंकल जी आ गए। अबे यार।
नमस्ते भाभी जी, नमस्ते भैया जी। लगता है बहुत जोरों से तैयारी चल रही थी हमारे आने की।
अरे नहीं नहीं भैया, बैठिए बैठिए।
लो, हम सोचे भाभी जी ने तैयारी करी होगी, कह रही नहीं करी।
यहाँ बैठिए बैठिए।
चलो अच्छा, हम ही बैठे जा रहे हैं।
दिया नंदी, क्या रखा था, क्या करा था यहाँ पे? अरे गलती इनकी है, कम से कम देख तो लिया करो, एकदम अंधेरे हैं सब के सब। मतलब पता नहीं कैसे पापा के दोस्त, कहीं कोई चटनी बैठा जा रहा, कहीं कोई कंपास बैठा जा रहा। हम पूछ रहे हैं यहाँ पे रखा क्यों था?
बहन जी, नहीं एकदम नहीं, ये रखा नहीं था, खड़ा था एकदम, इंतजार कर रहा था कोई पिछवाड़ा मिले घुस जाए पूरा। अरे प्री प्लान्ड था ये।
नंदी तुमको बहुत
ए बहन जी रहने दीजिए, बच्चा है। हम खुद बहन जी बहुत नालायक थे, हमने तो एक बार जलता कोयला रख दिया था मेहमानों के नीचे। हम इनसे बड़े छदरी थे।
हमसे बड़े नहीं थे, हम दिवाली में बम रख चुके हैं नीचे।
बेटा हमारे घर आना, हमारे लड़के खड़ी फुलझड़ी रखते हैं जलती हुई।
आपके लड़कों को हम पेल चुके हैं स्कूल में, पूछना उनसे। इसको समझा, देखो कैसे बात कर रहा।
वाह बेटा तुम तो अलग लेवल बुद्धिजीवी नजर आ रहे हो। कहाँ थे अब तक?
अरे हम अंदर थे, विंडो पे गेम खेल रहे थे। पैसे जीत का भी चल रहा है, डाउनलोड करना। अभी डाउनलोड करोगे 50 रुपया मिलेगा फ्री में।
करते हैं यार, विंजो है।
अरे भाई साहब आप पानी लीजिए, इनके चक्कर में ना पड़िए।
हाँ बहन जी पानी लाइए।
पानी लेने कहा गया, बर्फी काहे उठा रहे हो? पागल हो क्या एकदम? लीजिए भाई साहब।
अरे कुछ नहीं, हम बस देख रहे थे उसमें कुछ लगा है क्या।
नहीं नहीं कुछ नहीं लगा है, साफ है एकदम। हम लोग एकदम साफ बर्फी रखते हैं। नहीं भैया आप ले चलो।
हाँ भाभी जी। बेटा ये सब जो चीजें तुम कर रहे हो ना आज, ये हम करके छोड़ चुके हैं। लेकिन बेटा हम शैतानी करते थे पर सभ्य आदमी थे। अब देखो हम आए, हम तुमसे बड़े, तुमने हमारे पैर नहीं छुए, ये थोड़ा सभ्यता में तुम जो है मात खा गए हमसे।
जो आदमी अकेले अकेले बर्फी उसड़ने में लगा है, एक बार दूसरों से नहीं पूछ रहा लेने का, वो आदमी सभ्यता की बातें ना करे। अरे राम अरे राम अरे राम।
अरे बहन जी बहन जी बहन जी, हमने कहा सभ्य थे, सभ्य है नहीं।
ये कर लियो बेटा, जितनी अत्ती करनी है जाने दियो, आज पूजा करेंगे तुम्हारी अच्छे से।
वैसे बेटा इतना तो है तुम्हारे लिए कि आज जो हम चले जाएंगे तुम्हारा भयंकर अभिषेक किया जाएगा लातों घूसों से, है कि नहीं भाभी जी?
अरे मेरे नहीं भैया, है मारोगी नहीं हमको? अभी तो कह रही थी पूजा का, कोई सच की पूजा करनी क्या? कोई व्रत है क्या आज?
वो तो बेटा वाम पता चलेगा तुमको कौन सा व्रत है आज तुम्हारा। वैसे बहन जी मिठाई बहुत सही बनाई है, आपके हाथों का स्वाद मतलब आह 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 स्वर्ग है।
अरे थैंक यू भाई साहब, अब क्या बताएं, इनके हाथ की नहीं ठेले पर चुकोटी नहीं काटी, चुकोटी नहीं काटी, मच्छर बैठा था कुछ तो वो भगा रहे थे। मच्छर नहीं मतलब एकदम किडनी दबोच ली, एकदम पिंक ऐसा मारा इसे पंचिंग मशीन। ठीक है चलो, अच्छा तुम बाहर जाओ, कुछ पढ़ो लिखो जाके। इससे कहो कुछ पढ़े लिखे जाके, पेपर आ रहे हैं। चलो जाओ। हम ना
भाभी जी मैं एक बात कहूं?
हाँ भैया।
मैं बहुत बदतमीज आदमी हूं।
अरे क्या हुआ?
पर आपका लड़का हमसे दहीने निकलेगा, देख लीजिएगा। अरे हम यहाँ कोरोना वैक्सीन नहीं लगवा रहे, हमको सुई से डर लगता है, और आज पूरा पूरा कंपास साला घुसता ही चला गया अंदर।
इसीलिए कहते हैं देख के बैठा करो, नहीं अगली बार आर पार भी हो जाएगा। ये समझाओ इसको, देखो कैसे बात कर रहा है।
अरे भाभी जी इनसे कुछ ना बोलिए, ये भाई साहब एकदम गाय हैं। गाय छोड़ो, पुतला है, पुतला, सांस लेने वाला पुतला, जुकाम में नाक पोंछने वाला पुतला, लैट्रीन जाने वाला पुतला।
अरे सीधे है, क्या बताया जाए।
नहीं भाभी जी इतना गायपना सही नहीं, इतना गयप्पन सही नहीं है। बाप गाय होता, लड़का सांड निकलता एकदम। मेरी हालत देख लो।
आपके बाप भी गाय थे क्या एकदम ऐसे?
चुप एकदम, चुप। इतना मार मारेगा, चिल्ला चिल्ला कर गूंगा हो जाएगा नालायक। ये सही शॉट मारा भाई। चुप चुप एकदम, नहीं तो बजा रहा। सॉरी, खाओ आप। फ्लो फ्लो में निकल गया। अरे दादा फ्लो तो ठीक, लेकिन हम सोचे हमका आज परीगा। भाभी जी अब हम सोच रहे हैं अब चले हैं।
नहीं बैठे रहो, जब असली में पड़ गया तब जाना।
However, the proximity to Sanbad enabled him to visit his parents at his convenience. recently Rakesh applied to Grow and Prosper, a multinational company, right? So first part talks about here a government construction company, and second part talks here about a multinational company, right? Engaged in construction-related operations, making inroads into many Indian states. GNP interviewed Rakesh and offered him 3 times his current salary. Okay, fine. At SPCI. Okay, so while considering GNP's offer, Rakesh pondered over the following facts. So the question says that which of the following combination of the facts, which of the following combination of the facts will best help Rakesh decide on joining GNP? We've got 5 options here, guys. Okay. Now, so again, must read option by option. So basically, if you read statement 1, so a recent government policy made poor performance punishable by salary reduction or dismissal, right? Basically, the question is about which of the following combination of the above facts will best help Rakesh decide on joining GNP. Okay, the first statement here is that a recent government policy made poor performance punishable by salary reduction or dismissal. Okay, so here the statement talks about the government's policy and it's not related to GNP actually because it's a multinational company, right? This will not help Rakesh in deciding about GNP. Okay, so that will eliminate option 1. Okay, now read out option 2 guys. The first assignment at GNP is a bridge construction project in a village near Dhanbad, right? That's a good point for him. Okay, because he want to visit his parents also. So this is near Dhanbad. So first, second is a good point. Third, with his current savings, Rakesh need not depend on regular income for at least 6 months, right? So since option 3 talks about regular income, which is not a consideration for GNP job at all, right? He's just looking for the no growth opportunities here, right? Okay, so he's looking for growth opportunities here because he doesn't see any growth opportunities here. Okay, that's why third is again eliminated. Not a good option. Fourth one, guys. So though an exemplary performer, Rakesh has been hardly recognized at SPCI. Okay, so that's fine, right? Because if he's not recognized at SPCI, that means his growth opportunities will be affected. That means he may decide joining this other company, right? So fourth is also a good point. And fifth one is based on the annual performance review at GNP, Rakesh will either earn double the salary or get fired. That means fifth one we also get to decide about GNP joining because see, you have to see Rakesh deciding on joining GNP here, right? That means it could be positive also, could be negative also. That means he have to get a decision right. Okay, so he sees that based on the annual performance here, he will either earn double the salary or get fired, and this point will help him to decide. Next question, guys. This we have got one question 3 sets here. Okay. Now the second question says that Rakesh, who hailed from Hyderabad, worked in Okay, that's the question, guys. So Skruti is an English teacher teaching 10th standard students in a government school. Her class consists of students who are from English speaking as well as Hindi speaking families. She has noticed that Hindi speaking students take a little more time to understand her lessons, while the English speaking seem to rush ahead and start disturbing the entire class. Okay, so how should she ensure that all the students benefit from her teaching and that discipline remains maintained in the class? Okay, just pause this set, guys. Just try this for 2-3 minutes and then you can check the answer. Okay, so we'll discuss this now. Option A says that she should teach at a pace in which in which the Hindi speaking students are most comfortable, so that their learning is as much as the other students. Right? So this actually says that how should we ensure that, right? How should she ensure that, right? So the in decision making, I've observed this thing actually, that a lot of people tend to just read the passage and the set and the options, right? And they tend to forget the question in between. So guys, don't forget the question in between, right? It's very important while solving any question of decision making. Don't forget the question in between. Okay, you have to ultimately answer the question, right? Okay. So how should she ensure that all the students benefit from her teaching and that discipline remains maintained in the class, right? Now if you read option 1, guys. So basically, option 1 is disadvantages for one of the groups, obviously, because if she's teaching at a pace of Hindi speaking student, right, the other group is getting a bit kind of, this is not so advantageous a situation for them. So kind of this option A is like disadvantage for one of the group. Okay, disadvantage for one of the groups actually. Okay, so not so good point. Okay, now so we put a cross on A. Now come to second one, guys. Now second is B is here. She should increase her pace to match that of English speaking students. The increased decorum will help the English speaking students to understand concepts quicker. Again, same thing, right? Again, it is disadvantageous for one of the groups actually. So both option A and B we can rule out. It's favoring only one of the groups. Okay, now move to C option, guys. Okay, option C says that she should divide the class between the two groups and give additional assignment to the English speaking group so that everyone goes at the same pace, right? So again, she wants to indulge them into some activities, right? Because they disturb the class, so it still looks fair enough. We can't put a cross right now, so C looks a better option than A and B, of course. So we'll look for the further options also. So let's put a question mark here and let's move forward, right? Let's go to D here. Now D says that she should establish a process where every English speaking student sits with a Hindi speaking student and spends his free time assisting his partner in understanding the topic better, right? Now this is a good option, guys. Okay, you understand that because this option D will have a age over option C. Why? Because option 3 will cause a feeling of inequality to spread through the students of the class and may hamper their learning actually in option C, right? But in option D, it's improving every Hindi student, Hindi speaking student also with the help of English speaking student that encourage peer learning, right? And basically this option D is basically free from such flaws here. Okay, so also there's a kind of it will nurture a feeling of happiness or a bit of satisfaction among all the students, okay, and will help them in the learning process, right? So that's why D is a good option. So D is better than C right now. Okay, let's read E also, guys. Okay, now in E it says that she should maintain a medium pace that will demand the Hindi speaking students to work harder while limiting the amount of free time to English speaking ones, right? Basically, this option E does nothing to change the current situation and is more of a kind of work around than a solution, right? So it's more of a work around than a solution. Okay, so option E will option E. So option D, good point. process where every English speaking student sits with a Hindi speaking. Option 3 will cause a feeling of inequality to spread through the students of the class and may hamper their learning actually in option C, right? But in option D, it's improving every Hindi speaking student also with the help of English speaking student that encourage peer learning, right? And basically this option D is basically free from such flaws here. Okay, so also there's a kind of it will nurture a feeling of happiness or a bit of satisfaction among all the students, okay, and will help them in the learning process, right? So that's why D is a good option. So D is better than C right now. Okay, let's read E also, guys. Okay, now in E it says that Limited, a snacks manufacturing company, located in Delhi. Okay. As of now, sells its products in Delhi and NCR region only. Since the company had been doing quite well for the last 3 years, the management is thinking of expanding the business pan India. To ensure that the expansion plan would be profitable, the management decided to undertake a cost benefit analysis. Okay, which are the factors that management must consider for their cost benefit study. Okay, statement 1 gives operations and logistic cost. Statement 2 marketing expense. Statement 3 only local competition in the new cities. Statement 4 both local and national competition. Statement 5 working capital. Statement 6 new factory. Statement 7 human resources, and 8 price. Okay, so go to answer this question here, right? Just again take time of 1 minute guys and just try to answer this question here. Okay, you can just pause this video. Chalo. So we'll discuss this now, okay? These are options, guys, A, B, C, D, and E. Let's analyze it one by one. Statement 1 says that operations and logistics cost, right? Basically, the production needs to be increased. Okay, so operations cost needs to be considered. Also, logistics cost, right? So because the goods are being transported all across the country, so logistics cost is very important here. So first one should be there. Okay. Second one, marketing expense. Okay. Now they want to create, obviously they want to create awareness about the product among the public. Okay, so they need to incur some additional marketing costs also. So they have to incur marketing expense also here. Fine, and they have to take that into account. Third one is local competition in new cities, and fourth is both local and national. Between third and fourth is a good choice. Why fourth is a good choice? Because the company is planning to expand pan India. So once they are planning to expand pan India, okay, they will need to consider both the local competitors of each city and also the national competitors, right? So that's why fourth is a good point here. Okay. Now also fifth one is working capital. Okay, working capital. This why? Because let's think this way. Since the manufacturing quantity would increase, okay, then the company's working capital requirements will also increase, right? And they need to consider the same in the cost benefit analysis also, right? That's why working capital is also important. Okay. Sixth one is new factory. Okay, so new factory may not be the immediate need actually, right? Okay. So there's may not be that immediate need, okay, and they should think of it only after they have established themselves in few cities actually. That's important, right? Okay, that will come at a later stage. So new factory not that important. 4 to 7 human resources, right? So 7 is human resources. So HR or human resources, they have to be factored, obviously, right? Because they need to hire more people do sales and marketing for them pan India, across India. Okay, that's why it is very, very important. Okay, and they also need to they may also need to hire in other departments also, like operations and all, to cater for that increasing workload. Okay. So okay, and eighth one is price here. So once we talk about the price, guys, okay, so obviously basically the company may need to revise their price, okay, depending on the additional expenses and taxes, whatever basically they are giving in those business expansion, right? So price also is a factor they need to consider actually, right? So with 3 and 6 we can eliminate, so all the other we can consider. So option A is a good answer, right? A is a good answer for this. A is the answer, fine. So, let's go to the next question, guys. Now this question says that Ahmed Khan has just been hired as the marketing head of Bharat Limited. His first project is to design advertising and marketing campaign is for Bharat Lever's newest product, First Cola, India's first ever aerated Jaljeera drink. The drink is priced in the same range as all other aerated drinks in the market. Bharat Lever has not stepped into the aerated drink segment ever since the 1980s, which was when they had launched a similar drink which failed miserably and caused them to shut shop. Okay, so which of these following campaigns are most suited to Mr. Khan's requirement, right? So again, just take a pause of 2-3 minutes guys, and just attempt this question. Okay, we'll discuss it now. Okay, so option A says that using the Bharat Lever brand to advertise First Cola, first as a Bharat Lever product, then as a new type of drink. Okay, so this is basically the people will remember that 1980s that problem that happened at that time of failure, and they maybe they're away from this Bharat Lever brand because it has complete option actually. Okay, people remember that 1980s fiasco. Okay, now option 2, if you read this, basically keeping the First Cola brand as away as possible from Bharat Lever brand to hide their previous failure. Right, so basically again it's an extreme option. So they don't want to completely keep it option that actually trying to just keep this away from this main brand, right? So it is a give up straight away campaign that focuses on the uniqueness of First Cola in the comparison with aerated drinks. Right? That's a good, right? That's a good positive. That's a good positive option, right? Okay. So basically, build an advertising campaign that focuses on the uniqueness of First Cola, right? Why this drink is important, why people should drink it, right? So positive option because if people are not aware of the product, any FMCG product, not a good way of advertising. Okay. Basically refrain from advertising. So you need to make people aware of those, right? Now, option is tie up with successful brand in the aerated segment to use their customer reach. Okay. So tying with some successful brand in the aerated segment to use their customer reach. So option 5 is basically it's called they all your competitors, right? Okay, so competitors, it is not you're not going to tie up from your competitors, right? You're trying to make your own individual brand actually. Okay, and there's a phrase we can use here. Okay, that's sleeping with the enemy, right? So tying up their brands and denting up own profits is not at all. Good option. I eliminate E here. So C is the best positive answer for this, right? Okay. So hope you like this guys. So let's continue the series in the next video. Thank you for watching. This set says that the CEO of Parik Motors, a mid-sized automobile company which makes tractors and small trucks, has just made a startling discovery. On a business visit to Pune, he has come across a robotics firm which makes robots that can perform most of rank the choices in the sequence that CEO should follow. Statement 1. Make a detailed cost benefit of study of inductive robots at the expense of workers. We just read once all the statement guys, okay, because you can't just choose right now. Just read all the statement and try to eliminate it. So in this kind of question, what we do, we try to eliminate options, okay. So what should he do? That means, right, what is this? Priority right now, okay, out of this 5 actually. So make a detailed cost benefit study of inductive robots at the expense of workers. Yes, that he should do. Obviously, because cost benefit study has to be done. Okay, make alternative provisions of employment for the workers being replaced. Obviously, right? That's a bit ethical, that's a good and ethical option because the workers which will be replaced with this have to be got replaced. Looks correct. Induct the robots immediately since his rival has done so. So we put a cross here because it's like we don't copy any company. We have our own policies. We see what suits me, what doesn't suit me, right? So option 3 has to be eliminated. Statement 4. Induct the robots on a trial basis to check for its functionalities and potential glitches. Obviously, right? So when inducting something, you try to eliminate. You try to put induct the robots on trial basis. Obviously, right? So again, 4th is correct. 5th is do not induct robots in the same production process as the workers are likely to protect voluntarily. So that should be wrong because technology has to replace somewhere and it says that large financial gains are possible, right? That they has to do. So basically right now we eliminated 3 and 5 and we rank among 1, 4 and 2. Between 1, 4 and 2, if you have to rank here guys, okay. So we have got actually only one statement here, that is 1, 4 and 2 only, so only one option guys, okay. So nothing bad in this, so this answer is okay. Okay, so we have only got one option here B, right? But if at all I have to rank them also, so I would rank like this, right? Basically first we make a detailed cost benefit study, obviously, right? Okay, then we induct them on trial basis. So if trials are successful, then we make alternative provisions of the employment of the workers being replaced, right? So basically first cost benefit study, second their trial basis to check them, and then third part will come in the last, that is statement number 2 here, that alternative provisions of employment for the workers being replaced. Fine. So now let's go to the next question. So I hope many of you got this right. Okay. Now let's go to the second question, guys. Now it says that the second question says that after a successful trial run in his plant, the CEO decides to induct robots in his assembly line, main administrative building. Okay, so that's the question to think some point from point of view of employee. In many questions, we need to think from point of view of CEO, right? But basically, here I can give my view that what was the major mistake CEO made, right? Basically, my view matters here. Okay, so what was the major mistake that the CEO made, right? So that's really statement before taking decision to induct them, right? Basically, see, we'll analyze this question, these options, right? Option A won't be correct here because the problem here is CEO decides to induct robots in his assembly line. Okay, the problem here is the violent protests are occurring because they are fearing job losses here, right? So anyhow, it would be not correct here. Okay. That's not a mistake he has made here, right? So option B here, guys. He should have communicated to his workforce that technological advances and their attendant disruptions are inevitable, and that workers should accept them gracefully, right? Again, so indirectly or indirectly saying that they have a certain job loss here, right? So this again, that protest won't be silent because they're fearing job losses actually. This is the main reason here. This region is not. Now, basically the problem here is if he will set up a steering committee with workers, he may get some biased reasons also, right? Biased reasons because if you ask from workers and still that problem is gainfully employed elsewhere, right? So again, this is a good option, right? The best option, right? To calm the situation. Okay. Party would not be able to compete unless the so again a problem again in same problem is persisting, right? Fearing of job losses. So in option D only, it is somewhat getting reduced here, right? Robots on a large scale and answer here. Sure, fine. Let's go to the next question, guys. How can the CEO of Party Motors best manage this paradox of inducting robots on a large scale and at the same time ensure industrial peace in the family? tree. So again, a very good question here, guys. Okay, so let's just read this options here. Statement A, B, C, D, option A, B, C, D, and E. Basically, if you read option A here, okay. So again, अब यहाँ पे ध्यान देना that fear of workers is the job losses. That basically is the fear of the workers, right? That has to be taken into consideration while marking any answer, right? So statement one, read this: transfer the replace assembly line workers to other functions within the company, right? Okay. So now if this statement, this option one actually is true, okay. So option one kind of statement is generally not true in this kind of set, right? Generally not true, because if the people are transferred to other functions, right, it doesn't possess the same skill set. Okay, so same skill set it's not possessed by them, right? Same skill set, right? So I've seen many sets actually, and many wrong answers also anywhere at many places. Okay, so same skill set. So if you're transferring the people in other functions, same skill set doesn't exist, right? So you don't know how much extra work is required, how much extra learning is required, right? So generally this is not true in this kind of questions also, right? Okay. So option A is still, I've just put a question mark here. Okay, देखते हैं option A को. In the last we'll see again if there's no better way to mark the best option, right? So if there's no better option, then A will mark obviously, right? Then move to B option here, guys. Convert the permanent job status of the assembly line workers to casual worker status. Okay, casual option B to assembly line workers. They have different policies. So voluntary retirement scheme is a good actually reduces the chaos in some kind of option. It is option C. Okay, so VRS is basically any company is like compensated retirement option, right? So because he has to induct robots, right? But obviously they will be affected, right? So option C looks good till now. D, set up a committee to communicate with workers representatives. Same thing, right? They will be biased. Okay, if you get workers' opinion, you'll get biased opinion here because obviously they don't want to get replaced robot. They don't want to have that job losses. Right? Nobody wants that, right? Again, D option is not correct. E, try and lobby with the government to allow large scale retrenchment of the workers in his factory. Okay, so now basically option 5 would not be feasible actually, right? Okay, it is difficult to convince the government to make some exception in this case, right? So it's difficult to carry out. It's not feasible because asking the government to put an exception here, right, a bit of kind of not a correct option here, right? So basically, again, so in A versus C, C looks the best option because you're somehow you're trying to compensate for their job losses. Okay, and this again, A, people can think here that in A their career can be elongated and all right, but that doesn't happen, right? Everything in something in favor of company also because company wants to grow, company is doing nothing. Okay, so this said, right? This says that XYZ is a private firm that
ABCD is correct.
Hello, am I audible? Let me know if my voice is clear. um, Plan for tomorrow is to, like for today, is to practice a lot, like the decision making section mainly, because I just want to practice a lot so that my brain learns to answer more ethically, in a complete manner, and consider all of the factors. So yeah, that's why I'm practicing through YouTube videos like Rodha and MBA Pathshala, Krakow. These were very good sources to practice. So yeah, target would be to complete as soon as possible more 4 to 5 videos, and I will not complete the entire playlist, but yeah, I think I am at 7th video or 8th video, so I would be doing more 2 videos and would be wrapping it up for decision making. And for QADI I would be just going through the 2025 and 2024 PYQs quickly, and also the DI. I think it is not that tough, it is easy. Yes, these are easy questions. This is also very doable, and again this is also very doable. It's not like CAT, but I think I gave one of the previous year paper, and in that I think there was 2 or 3 DI sets, and out of 3, 2 were very difficult. So I don't know what happened in that year, which year was it, but yes, it was very difficult. Bro, आई क्वांटा के मॉक्स कैसे क्या ब्रो, आई क्वांटा के मॉक्स कैसे हैं जो 7 मॉक्स हैं उनके? नीरज, आई क्वांटा के मॉक्स ना मेरे को तो पता नहीं, क्योंकि आई थिंक वो लोग कुछ तो ऐसा ये भी कर रहे थे ना कि 9 रुपीज़ में कुछ तो लोग ऑफ़र कर रहे थे कि कोर्स है या क्या है, जो भी है उनका मॉक्स है, बट आई डोंट ट्रस्ट, आई मीन मैं कुछ बोलूँगा नहीं, बट आई ओनली ट्रस्ट क्रैकू एंड 2IIM एंड दिस काइंड ऑफ रेप्यूटेड क्लासेस, और जो भी बोल सकते हो, like IMS or career launcher, without any doubt, but these are newer institutions, so I don't know, actually I can't say anything. So if you are taking that, it's fine, ऐसे ख़राब तो नहीं है, you can practice that 9 रुपीज़ में या जो भी है, एटलीस्ट मॉक्स तो मिल रहा है ना। मैंने भी लाइक 1000 रुपीज़ में ख़रीदा है क्रैकू का मॉक्स, और वही अभी 10 मॉक है, उसमें एक दे दिया है, 9 बचा है, तो उसको प्रीवियस ईयर के साथ कंबाइन करके दे दूंगा। इस सिंपल। एंड कौन सी ईयर तक PYQs करना बेटर रहेगा? आई थिंक 2015 के पहले नहीं जाना चाहिए, मतलब ऐसे ही मेरा थिंकिंग है ये, क्योंकि फिर थोड़ा ऑफ ट्रैक हो जाता है वो, जैसे कैट में नहीं है 2017 तक वेरी सिमिलर था, फिर 2016-15 थोड़ा मतलब ऑफ ट्रैक होना स्टार्ट हो गया, तो आई वुड से 2015 से 2025 11 ईयर्स आई गेस प्रीवियस ईयर पेपर्स हैं, तो आई थिंक दैट इज़ सफिशिएंट। और उसके साथ एक कोई भी पेड मॉक ले लो अराउंड 10, सो वो हो जाएगा लाइक 10 ईयर प्रीवियस ईयर का पेपर हो गया और 10 मॉक्स हो गए, तो 20 मॉक्स ऐसे ही हो गया। बाकी बीच में ऐसा एक एक दो दिन फॉर रिवीजन ऑफ क्वांट्स एंड फॉर प्रैक्टिस। जैसे आज मेरा दिन था बस प्रैक्टिस का, अभी कल से फिर से मॉक्स, सो लेट्स सी इफ़ एनी अदर क्वेश्चंस। अगर नहीं है तो मैं फिर से पढ़ाई स्टार्ट करता हूँ। मेरा वॉइस आ रहा है क्या? अच्छा आ रहा है मतलब, ओके वेलकम ब्रो। हम लोग सब साथ में ही पढ़ रहे हैं सुबह से। आई थिंक 2-3 लोग कंटिन्यूसली सुबह से जुड़े हुए हैं, मे बी दे वर ऑल्सो स्टडिंग। कितना टाइम हो गया पढ़ के? ओके इट हैज़ बीन 3 आवर्स। शाम तक पढ़ेंगे अच्छे से, लेट्स सी। और कोई क्वेश्चंस है तो? मेरा आवाज़ आ रहा है क्या? इसमें क्यों नहीं आ रहा है? ओके आई थिंक और कोई क्वेश्चंस नहीं है तो आई वुड रेज्यूम माय स्टडीज़। टारगेट इज़ अगेन टू कंप्लीट मोर फॉर व्हाट टू से यूट्यूब वीडियो ऑफ रोधा फॉर डिसीजन मेकिंग। थोड़ा मेरे को स्ट्रॉन्ग करना है अपना, एटलीस्ट बेसिक्स तो आए। अगर ये अभी राइट हो रहा है तब जाके थोड़ा प्रीवियस ईयर पे जाऊँगा। मेरे को वेस्ट नहीं करना है यार वो प्रीवियस ईयर वाला मॉक। तो मैंने दिया है टाइम पास में 2025, 2024 और 2023 आई गेस, 3 दे दिया है। बट 2022 से आई वुड बी रियली सीरियस बिकॉज उसके बाद से कम नहीं आना चाहिए टारगेट, क्योंकि बहुत हाई है और फिर कम आएगा तो इट वुड बी वेरी बैड। सो वही ये टारगेट है। कहाँ गया टारगेट? ये है अरे टारगेट कहाँ चला गया? ये है फ़िलहाल के लिए तो ये टारगेट है। मे भी 1-2 दिन इधर उधर हो सकता है बीच में, बट मैं यही फॉलो करूँगा मोस्टली, ये वाला ही टारगेट। लाइक आज के दिन प्रैक्टिस है और फिर कल के दिन मॉक अटेम्प्ट कर लूँगा एक 3 आवर्स का, तो और उसके बाद उसको एनालिसिस कर लेंगे और गैप्स फाइंड करेंगे और फिर रात को एक बार पढ़ लेंगे उसी बेस पे कि मतलब क्या क्या गलती है। बस यही करेंगे और क्या, हमारे हाथ में तो यही है ना कि आइडेंटिफाई करना गैप्स को, उसके बाद प्रैक्टिस करना उस पर, फिर मॉक देना, फिर एनालाइज करना, बस। So yeah, if you have any questions or anything you want to say, बोल दो अभी, उसके बाद फिर मैं जाता हूँ 2 मिनट बाद पढ़ने। ओके आई थिंक क्वेश्चंस नहीं आया इज़ व्हाट आई कैन सी। सो वापस जा रहा हूँ पढ़ने। अभी एक ब्रेक लेंगे 1 घंटे बाद थोड़ा ये डिसीजन मेकिंग, मतलब ये जैसे ही ख़त्म होगा, लाइक अभी हम लोग किस में 8th पे ना, 9th 10th और 11 पे आज ख़त्म करके ब्रेक लेंगे, उसके बाद फिर से स्टार्ट करते हैं। थोड़ा QADI भी पढ़ लेंगे, मतलब ब्रेक के बाद वो देखते हैं क्या होता है। अभी 11 के बाद मैं एक ब्रेक ले लूँगा। सो लेट्स बिगिन द स्टडीज़।
Okay, so look at this set, right? This set says that XYZ is a private firm that deals in the manufacture and supply of arms in Israel. The organization has a strict leave policy as they are short-staffed and in one of the most volatile situations in the world. Okay. Recently, demand for arms from the Israeli army had risen because of tension between Israel and the group that represents Palestine. Okay, so in view of the situation, the organization has stated that for the coming year, employees would be granted annual leave of 60 days instead of 90 days. Okay, and employees were to be given a monetary compensation of 30 days leave that they had to forego this year. No employee would be allowed any extra leave unless it was for an emergency. The new leave policy was necessary to ensure that there was no disruption in the work of the organization. Two persons from this organization recently came to the department head day as they wanted to request for leave. Both of the personnel wanted to proceed on leave for their respective marriages. One personnel was left with 7 days balance and another with 17 days leave balance. So question number 1, and we have got another question, right? So next, just pause this and try for 5 minutes, right? Okay, both these questions here, this question and this question, okay? And then we can actually discuss the options here. So let's say this option A, B, C, D, and E. Fine. So which one is the best decision that a department head can take, right? So basically now just mark few points in this side. Okay, many of you do understand those, many of you can do some mistake here also. So basically it says that no employee would be allowed any extra leave unless it was for an emergency. Correct. So no employee would be allowed any extra leave unless it was for an emergency. Written in the side here. Okay, written in the side. Very point, right? Okay, and they were asking leave for their respective marriages, right? And marriages are, however, not an emergency for many people, right? Okay. So now if we read this point A here, so point A says that grant only 7 and 17 days leave respective to the 2%. Right? So basically you can ask a few questions here that okay, should we give leave or not? First point, or since they have asked for a month and this is to the 2%, right? Okay. Now, second is granted 2% leave as requested for a month, right? Because you can see here that it's a situation of kind of emergency here. They are short of staff. Okay, they're short of staff. Their workload has increased, right? So workload has increased. They are short of staff, and they have basically. So you want them to act in accordance with this. Okay, and any kind of lease given to any other employee may create a bit of under kind of what you should say. Kind of discipline will be avoided here. Okay, if because other employees can also ask for lease and all, right? Because if one's an exception, is always an exception, right? So others can also ask for this, right? So basically again, so option A looks correct till now because whatever leave because they have the leave support, there's support of deputy head for leave, so they can be granted leave. But they made a rule that it is not no extra leave in emergency. So option A looks fine. Option B, granted 2% leave as requested for a month, not possible because employees are less, workload is more, and they have made this rule of not getting extra leave in case of apart from any emergency here. Now C option, grant leave for a week extra to each of the employees in addition to the leave balance, right? So again, C option not correct, right? Because right? Because both have got different travel times. So again, option D, E all are cross. So A looks the best option in this regard. Okay, many of you will find a bit kind of no employee would be allowed any extra leave unless it was for an emergency here. Fine. Chalo, it's the second question here, guys. How best would the department head justify his decision to the rest of the person, right? So basically, he has not given any extra leave here, right? The department head has not given any extra leave, so we can mind this. If you make that first question wrong, second also would be wrong. Because here. Fine. So how best would the department head justify his decision to the rest of the personnel? So he's not giving any extra, right? He's not giving any extra leave. Okay, in case of marriage, right? So it's sending a clear message that what rules we made, that rule should be there. Okay, and the rule should not be violated here. Okay, so if you have 5 options here, and if you do option A, it's stating that the request for extra leave was for celebration and not an emergency, and hence did not fall within the leave policy of the organization. Perfectly correct, right? Because the extra leave was for a celebration and not an emergency, as per the rule or as per what we discussed, right? So then hence it did not fall within the leave policy of the organization, right? So they should not give that extra leave. And moreover, if they should not give the extra leave, in that case, the discipline will maintain here, right? Because other people will also be sure, okay, I'll get extra leave only, emergency case only, because company is in trouble here, right? So company are short of employees, company have a lot of work, right? So in that case, the discipline has to be maintained. So it sends a clear message to the rest of the employees there that only in emergency extra leave will be given, otherwise no extra leave, right? Sure, fine. So A is correct. A is correct also, right? A is the answer. You can read other options also. B stating that the extra leave granted was in compensation grounds. So basically married not complaint cross here. Fine. This is not an email. Okay. Now, to the next question, guys. Now this is again a different question here. You are at work and you get an email by mistake. It was supposed to go out to the company executives, but the sender accidentally copied you. The email discusses an upcoming corporate restructuring exercise where a lot of people are going to be asked to leave. Okay. While it appears that your job isn't affected, mind this point. While it appears that your job isn't affected, a close co-workers it is immediately apparent that the co-worker will lose his job. After you have read the email, your boss comes in and asks you to delete the email. When you say you have already read it, you're ordered to keep the contents under wraps. Fine? Okay. You know for a fact that this co-worker becomes personally about personal or anything kind of confidential. Okay, so anything confidential should not be revealed, right? So basically, again, A is the wrong. A is wrong actually. Fine, you can't do this. B, I would delete the mail and forget all about it. It is instructed by my boss, right? So instructed by my boss, I'll forget all this. So again, it is also unethical. Same thing, right? Because you know that he's your friend actually, and he's shopping for new home. So completely that he's saying that he'll be in deep trouble after a couple of months, right? He may be in very deep trouble after a couple of months, right? Because his job is going to be lost. His job is going to be fired actually, right? So again, B option is a bit again unethical option, right? C, I would write an anonymous mail to my coworker warning him of the position he is in and asking him to exercise caution. Okay, so again, writing an anonymous mail is kind of it's okay, you can do it, right? But again, that's a volatile company policy. Okay, so it's unethical by your side actually. That is, you are doing something wrong. Maybe company doesn't know it, right? But you are doing something wrong. Okay, so it is again not a very good option here. Okay, D, I would tell the boss that since the mail was copied to me too, I have a right to decide as I wish and company cannot exercise its control over what I do. So again, this is also wrong because you cannot confront boss. It is a mistake and they told you to keep silent. It was something very confidential because some jobs, some people are going to be fired as per few company policies, right? So it is a very confidential thing, so should not be able and you cannot confront anyone, right? So you cannot confront boss actually on this. Okay, so again, D is also wrong. So to read it, Okay, E option, guys. So without disclosing the content of the email, I will tell the coworker to go store in a decision about the new home. Now, among the given options, this looks the best option here. Again, this may not be the best available option, the best available thing, right? But among the given options, that's the best option. The ethical way, you're kind of not disclosing company's policy also. Okay, and for your satisfaction and for your that it's your ethical duty that you should warn him also. Okay, so that means he should get some kind of sign that okay, something is bad. So it's balancing both the options here. Okay, not disclosing company policy. As well as not completely leaving your friend also, right? So among the given options, E looks the best option. Again, I always feel you have to mark the best option there, right? So don't think always out of the options here. So mark the best option and also you have a bit of warn your friend also. Okay, so both the things are done here. So that's the easy answer, right? Chalo. Okay, thank you for watching, guys. So we'll see this again more sessions in the coming videos. Thank you. Okay, so let's reset, guys. Polana & Co. is a manufacturer of high-performance, low-emission diesel engines and power generation sets. The organization operates in business-to-business markets and has been growing in terms of its global presence. The organization has to keep up with the ever-rising customer expectations and also keep pace with the global competitors. It emphasizes upon having a diverse and achievement-oriented workforce and views this as essential to the process of continuously improving performance. The organization
stronger every day. Keep on pushing through the pain. Keep on running. Ain't no mercy in this life. There's nowhere left to run away. No, there's nowhere left to run.
चलो जी, एलसीएम एचसीएफ पे बेस क्वेश्चन है, ठीक है, हिंट दे दी मैंने तुम्हें, अब तुम देखो इसमें क्या कॉन्सेप्ट लगेगा। इसको देखना जरा एक बार, इसको ट्राई करो। हाँ जी, कितना आंसर है इस क्वेश्चन का? 44। चलिए 44। अब मैं आपको पहले बताऊं, मैं आपको पहले बताता हूं, एलसीएम एचसीएफ की वीडियो देखना जाके, वहां तो मैंने पढ़ा रखा है, इसका कॉन्सेप्ट जो यूज होगा यहाँ पर, एलसीएम एचसीएफ की वीडियो देखना जाके, वहां पे जब मैंने आपको पढ़ाया था तो ऐसा कॉन्सेप्ट पढ़ाया था, ठीक है। कुछ लोग आपको ये भी बोल सकते हैं कि जेड में नंबर सिस्टम के क्वेश्चन नहीं आते, क्वेश्चन नहीं आते, ऐसा बोलेंगे कुछ लोग आपको। अगले 3 क्वेश्चन जो मैं कराने वाला हूं, वो तीनों के तीनों क्वेश्चन जेड 2022 के ही हैं, और मजे की बात ये नंबर सिस्टम के ही है, मजे की बात ये भी वो नंबर सिस्टम के क्वेश्चन है, तो किसी की बातों में मत जाकर, मैं तुम्हें बोलता हूं, एग्जाम में कुछ भी आ सकता है, कुछ भी आ सकता है, ठीक है। चलो इसको देखते हैं जरा। क्वेश्चन में जेड का हमेशा से रहा है, क्वेश्चन की लेंथ बड़ी देगा, बट क्वेश्चन इजी होगा, लेंथ बड़ी देगा, क्वेश्चन इजी होगा, मतलब एक स्टोरी क्रिएट करने की कोशिश करेगा, स्टोरी First of all, please confirm, guys. Is my voice audible? First of all, please confirm, guys. Is my voice audible, guys? क्या आपको मेरी वॉइस आने लग रही है? एंड डू आप लोग एक बार लिंक शेयर जरूर कर दीजिएगा, मैं बोल रहा हूँ। बढ़िया, ऑडिबल। चलिए, तो लेट्स स्टार्ट द सेशन। लेट्स स्टार्ट द सेशन, गाइस। सेशन स्टार्ट करते हैं। गुड इवनिंग, गुड इवनिंग, गुड इवनिंग। मजे में? चैनल का लिंक, वेबसाइट का लिंक, ऐप का लिंक आपको वीडियो डिस्क्रिप्शन में मिल जाएगा, और ये पूरा का पूरा जो आपका SAT का बूस्टर कोर्स है, जो हम लोग लिखना, उस क्वेश्चन का आंसर कमेंट सेक्शन में लिखना आप लोगों की रिस्पांसिबिलिटी होती है, ठीक है। सम मेंबर्स ऑफ अ सोशल सर्विस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन इन कोलकाता डिसाइड टू प्रिपेयर 24
score at the XAT. So all those things are there as a part of the XAT, and that is of course something that
makes it a bit more challenging than the other tests, right? So that is basically what it is. Last year's XAT, if you look at that test, I haven't taken XAT 2023. In fact, last time I took XAT was in 2019, I believe, right? So it has been for 5 years since I had taken an actual XAT. But then, of course, I've had to look at the analysis. I have had to look at the how to crack videos by Amit sir, right? So those things I have seen how to crack analysis, how to or the XAT analysis was by Giri sir and Vijay. So those videos is what is my reference point for today's session. So that is basically what I have just looked at on the VRC section, and the DM section is generally going to be far quicker compared to the VA section as well, because the case studies are much more relatable and much more easy to go through, right? So there I'm planning to use somewhere around 50 minutes. So typically it's an 80, 50 for DM, 55 for VA, and 60 for QA. So 55 these are right? So there I'm planning to and the DM section is generally going to be far quicker compared to the VA section as well, because the case studies are much more relatable and much more easy to go through, right? So there I'm planning to use somewhere around 50 minutes. So typically it's an 80, 50 for DM, 55 for VA, and 60 for QA. So 55 these are 165. That's generally the case. But again, I don't mind 50 minutes. So typically it's an 80, 50 for DM, 55 for VA, and 60 for QA. So these are 165. That's generally the case. But again, I don't mind doing for QA for maybe even something like a 65 or 70 minutes kind of a thing, and I'll maybe knock off 5 minutes each for the other sections. Right? That's basically what we have planned for. Again, honestly speaking, I'm not even looked at last year's paper properly, so I'm very rusty. So I might take some time getting into the groove and solving some questions, but then again, of course, my experience makes up for it, right? So overall, I think it should be an attempt which should be similar to what a genuine student would have done, considering all the good things and the bad things about this attempt. So I'll do one thing. I'll also start my the snap that I've done. So let me see if I can quit this screen somehow. Yeah, so just give me a second. Right. Thankfully, it does not switch to mobile or something. So that is the good part. And I also see the timer. I hope you're able to see the timer as well, because it is not getting clouded by my camera, right? Or the presenter. Yeah. So I think we are good to go. Yeah. So we are looking at what is the sum of the following series. So we have minus 46. Minus 49 and minus 52. So it's a series with a common difference of 2, and minus 100 is what we're going for. So even if you go into the positive sense, I think it will be the same answer. So let's ignore the negative things altogether. Let's go for 46 and so on till 100. The gap is 54, so 18. So we'll have 19 terms in total. Yeah, you can also 15 threes are 45 and 33 threes are 100. So again, so 15 to 30 is 19 terms is what we have. So we'll go for 19 into first term 46 plus last term 100 divided by 2. So I have 73, right? 46 by 45, 73 into 19, these are 57, 27, then no. 19 7 133, I believe. Yeah, 133 plus 5 is 1387. So I think it is minus 1387. Let's hope for the best. So I think it's a good start. So shouldn't be no problem. Yeah. Sorry, a cylinder of 12 centimeter height. 28 centimeter diameter. So height is 12 and radius is 14. Is melted and recast into two poles of equal volume, keeping the height 12. What should be the percent change in the curve surface area before and after? Curve surface area for a cylinder. Curve surface area for a cylinder is 2 pi r h. So 2 into 22 by 7 into 14 into 12. 7 2s are 14. 2s are 4. So it's some 48 into 22. Just keep it as it is and see what happens. Now we have made two poles of into height, that is 12. So 7 into 3 into 14. This is 12. Give me 6. So L. This looks really close. I'll mark it for you. Maybe later we will see this. Okay, because of this, I'm not able to see my timer now. Sorry. Just give me a second. Fine, I think it should be fine. So next, third one. The mark price of an product is 60% higher than its manufacturing cost. Retailer offers 15% discount on the mark price and it makes 22% profit. The cost price higher than the manufacturing cost. Okay, mark price is higher, 60% higher than the manufacturing cost. So manufacturing cost, if it's say M, then okay, manufacturing cost is C. 85% of 160. So 16 plus 8, 24, I think 136 will be the, so 128 is 80%. 136 is the discounted price and this is 22% profit on the product. So the cost at which the retailer had purchased, cost towards the retailer is 600 by 122, let's say. So 61 as the base and 6800. 61 ones are 61 and with the 70 again 61 ones are 61 and with the 90 again 61 ones are something. So 111 point something and earlier was 100. So by how much percent is the cost price higher than the manufacturing cost? Manufacturing 100 and 111, so I think some 11% should be the answer. I think this is right. So by how much percent is the cost price higher than the manufacturing cost? Manufacturing 100 and 711, so I think some 11% should be the answer. I think this is correct. Due to floods, many trains going to certain part of the country have been cancelled. Rajesh urgently wants to be in that part of the country. Let's see what is the time. 2:47 is what we have here. It was visible earlier. I don't know what the issue happened. Okay, fine. Have to live with it. Right? If everything gets cancelled, then he will not be able to travel. So negation of everything should be my answer. So 1 minus 0.4 into 0.6, so 24 into 248 into 356. Okay, makes another 4 is 24 to the 48 is will not be cancelled. Okay, oh sorry, I just read it incorrectly. So 20 to the 120, 1344, 4 decimals, so 0.1344. So 8656 I believe should be my answer. 866. Yeah, 9700. Seems 9900 seems like it. Yeah. Okay. So far so good. I think I will find on time as well, so not should not be an issue. And another with the flap folded is shown in the figure. The flap is in the shape of an isosceles triangle. Is height equal to 4. The dimensions of the rectangle are as shown in the figure. If the flap is open, what will be the outer perimeter of the flap is open? What will be the outer perimeter of the geometrical figure? Okay. What is this flap? As a flap has been folded. So I'm assuming it is like this. Okay, let's see if I'm able to guess. I sort of understood the question. So maybe these two will come out. I think that's what it means. And because of that, this entire thing will be constructed, and this will basically be the rectangle or rectangle. So let's see what happens in this. What are the options like? Everything is in terms of roots. So this is 12, this is 8, this has to be 6, this has to be six, this has to be 4. This part will be okay, something is off, right? So maybe it will not form a rectangle as assumed. Let's see what happens. So this part will basically be root 30, root 36 plus root 16, root 52 will be this part. So something root 13 should be the case, which is true for the other four options. Fair enough. Again, root 52 is what we have. So when it comes out, I think it will form a figure like this. Something like this, I think will get formed. Yeah. So now we have to find the perimeter of this figure, right? So what we have to do in this case is, because this will come out, it will essentially be 4 plus 6, I believe. Yeah, I'm making some mistake somewhere. Should not be this one, right? Okay, but I think it's the same thing, it seems. If the flap is open, what will be the outer perimeter of the new geometrical figure obtained? Okay, let's see what happens here. So I have 8 plus 8, 16 plus 12, 28 plus 2 52 plus 2 452, 4 13 rather, 28 plus 4 13 is what I have. I don't know if this is right. Flap folded is shown. This is the folded flap. The flap is shaped of isosceles triangles. That is the flap. The dimensions of the rectangle are as shown in the figure. If the flap is 6 and 6, I believe. Otherwise, it will not work, right? Yeah, both these parts should be the same, and both of them add to 6, 12, so 6 and 6 is what I mentioned, right? A square shaped pathway of width 7 is to be constructed around the garden such that the inner edge of the pathway just touches the periphery of the garden. Inner edge of the pathway, right? So area 616, let's see what the radius looks like. So 22 by 7 into r square. Yeah, area, right? 11 2s are 22, 11 5s are 55, 11 6s are 66, 2 28s are, so 28 into 7 will give me 4 into 7 into 7, so 7 2s are 14 will be my radius. Yeah, radius is 14. Now pathway of 7 meters should be constructed around the garden such that the inner edge of the pathway just touches the periphery of the garden. Inner edge of the pathway. Pathway of width 7. Okay, oh, understood. So it is something like this, and this width is 7. So this is 7. This entire thing, or this is 14, this is 14, and this is 7. Yeah. Now the cost of construction pathway is 100 per square meter. Find the lowest possible cost to construct 50% of the path. Okay, understood. It's not difficult. Should be manageable. So this square minus this square. So this is 28. So the square here, the inner square will be 28 square. The area, the outer square will be 28 plus 14, 42 square. So 42 square minus 28 square. So 17 to 14 will be area, and half करना है ना. So basically 2 पकड़ लेते हैं. I think it should be 490, and 490 to 100 should be 49,000. So I believe this should be my answer. Let's see. Okay, another geometry. RQ is equal to PQ. RQ is equal to PQ, yes, and QPS is 30. SB is, okay. So I think it should be 490, and 490 to 100 should be 49,000. So I believe this should be my answer. Let's see. Okay, another geometry. RQ is equal to PQ. RQ is equal to PQ, yes, and QPS is 30. SB is twice QS. If PR is parallel to CB, okay, and ABC is 90. What is area of QR CB? If QS is 6 units. Okay, I think should be manageable. I'll draw it again. I don't want to annotate on the question screen. So A, R, S, B, C, right? We know that SB equals to QS, and QS is 6. So QS 6, right? SB will become 12. We know RQ is equal to PQ, so this is equal to this, is what we know. This we know is 30 degrees. So this automatically becomes, not this one, this will become 30. Yeah, I don't know, there's an eraser. So this is 30 degrees, this is 90, so 30, 60, 90 triangle bans, right? Side opposite 30 is half the length of the hypotenuse, this becomes 24. Side opposite 60 degrees is root 3 by 2 times side of the hypotenuse, or 12 to 3. Okay, what are we supposed to find? Okay, so we are supposed to find QR. RQ equal to PQ is fine, so that's what we have here. And SB is equal to S is what we found. SB is twice QS. Okay, but these two are similar triangles, right? So this one, and this one also be parallel, so 90 degrees, these are similar triangles. So if this part is 12, and this part is 6, then here 2 is to 1, here this should also be 2 is to 1. So this should be 12. Again, this is 90 degrees. Again, this should be 2 to 1. So again, we have 36, 90. So here will 6 root 3. So this also becomes 6 root 3, right? So 6 root 3 is what we have. Now this is a trapezium. So half into sum of parallel sides 12 root 3 plus 6 root 3 is 18 root 3 into height is 12 plus 6, that is 18. Yeah. So 2 9 are 18. 162 root 3 I think should be my answer. I think. Okay. Did I make some mistake somewhere? QS is 6. SB is twice QS. So this is 12. This is 12, 30, 60, 90 है. This is 30, right? So what was 30? QPS was 30. That was 35. So this becomes 30, 90, 60. Side opposite to 30 is half the length of the hypotenuse. Hypotenuse becomes 24. This becomes root 3 by 2 to 24 or 12 root 3. Now in this triangle, this and this are in the same ratio, right? So 1 is to 2 का ratio अगर यहाँ पे है, so this should also be in the ratio of 1 is to 2. Yeah, so 6 to 12 is 24. And this automatically became 6 root 3. So this becomes 6 root 3. We are supposed to find QRCB. So half into sum of parallel sides, 12 plus 6, 18 root 3 into height. Height was 18, right? So 90. 160 root 3 होना चाहिए. I think none of the above should be my answer. I'm generally slightly scared of marking none of these as the answer. Okay, I think we're going to find out time. The two diagonals parallel intersect each other at point 1, 8. Two adjacent vertices of the parallelogram are 2, 12 and minus 2, 4. Lengths of the diagonals is what we need to find. Okay, I think it's fine. From my understanding, we are going to get the distance formula. We are going to get 2 halves and उसको double करना पड़ेगा. So I think there is some this one. So I'm very tempted to say 17 and 10. That is a trick option because this is going to be half the length of the diagonals. So twice root 17 and 20 should be my answer or something. So let's see. Let's see. So 2 and 12 and minus 2 comma 4 and this is 1 comma 8. Right. So this length will be 2 minus 1 the whole square or 1. 12 minus 8 that is 4 square 16. So ये वाला बन जाता है root 17 and this one is 1 minus minus 2 so 9 and 4 square 16. So 25. So this becomes 5. So I will go with 10 and 2 root 17 or 10 and 17 4s are 68. Yeah? 10 and root 16. This should be my answer. That's what I was doing. Double हो जाएगा. So 17 and 10, root 17 and 5 होता then it would have been even more fun. So if I am a sadist and if I am setting the paper, I definitely have one answer root 17 and 5. Yeah. F of x minus 1 is x square plus minus 6x plus k1. That's what I was doing. Double हो जाएगा. So 17 or 10 and 17 4s are 16. 17 and 10 intersect each other at point 1, 8. Two adjacent vertices of the parallelogram are 2, 12 and minus 2, 4. Lengths of the diagonals is what we need to find. Okay, I think it's fine. From my understanding, we are going to get the distance formula. We are going to get 2 halves and उसको double करना पड़ेगा. So I think there is some this one. So I'm very tempted to say 17 and 10. That is a trick option because this is going to be half the length of the diagonals. So twice root 17 and 20 should be my answer or something. So let's see. Let's see. So 2 and 12 and minus 2 comma 4 and this is 1 comma 3. right? So this length will be 2 minus 1 the whole square or 1, well minus 8, that is 4 square 16. So ये वाला बन जाता है root 17, and this one is 1 minus minus 2, so 9, and 4 square 16, so 25, so this becomes 5. So I will go with 10 and 2 root 17, or 10 and 17 4s are 68. Yeah? So 10 and root 16, this should be my answer. That's what I was doing, double हो जाएगा. So 17 and 10, root 17 and 5 अगर होता then it would have been even more fun. So if I am a serious 25 centimeter, I definitely have one answer, root 17. And 5. Yeah. F of x minus 1 is x square plus minus 6x plus k1. And x square minus 2 is x raised to 4 minus 8x square plus k2. And the value of k2 minus k1 is something. I don't know. Let's put x equal to something. Let's put x equal to 5. So F4. अच्छा, we'll have to go to both as 4, right? Okay, x equal to 5, then F4 is that square minus 2 into 4 नहीं होगा. Okay, so let's do this. Let's try to get a square. Let's try to get a number which is square minus 2. 9 minus 2 is 7, right? So F of 8 minus 1. So F7 अगर करते हैं x equal to 8. Then I'm going to get 7 square 49 minus 7 6 are 42 plus k1, which is k1 plus 7. That is F7. And same thing यहाँ पे 3 square minus 2 हो जाएगा. So F of 3 square minus 2 which is also equal to F of 7. Where x equal to 3 will be x raised to 4. That is 3 raised to 4. That is 81 minus 3 square 9 8 are 72 plus k2. 81 minus 72 is 9 plus k2. Okay, these two are equal. So k2 minus k1 will be minus 2. Did I miss something? I think I missed something. X square minus 2, okay, 3 square minus 2 बन गया, which was 7. So ये 7 था, 41 was fine. And here 3 square minus 2, x square minus 2, okay, 3 square minus 2 बन गया, which was 7. So ये 81 minus 72 is 9 plus k2. Okay, these two are equal. So k2 minus k1 will be minus 2. Did I miss something? I think I missed something. X square minus 2, okay, 3 square minus 2 बन गया, which was 7. So ये 7 था, 41 was fine. And here 3 square minus 2. 3 square is 4 minus 2, right? 3 these are 9, 7 7 81. So this was 81. 3 square 9, 8 are 72, 81 minus 72 plus k2. And because f7 and f7 are equal, k2 plus 9 should be equal to k1 plus 7. And that gives me k2 minus k1 equals minus 2. Okay, I'm again tempted to say none of these, but I'll mark this one for you. I think I'm making mistakes. But the logic seems fine. I'll go for another number. Let's see. Let's go for another number and see what happens because we are so invested in the question. X square minus 2, right? So let's say we are looking at the next square. So 16. Okay. Achha, oh, sorry, I'm so sorry. X square, no? Which was fine, right? 3 square, 9 minus 2. Yeah, it looks fine. Let's see. So let's do one more and then let's see. 4 square minus 2 कर लेते हैं, which is f of 14 कर लेते हैं. f14 अगर करते हैं तो you get 4 4 are 16, 16 are 256 minus 8 x square. So 16 8s are 128 plus k2. So k2 plus 128 is f14 and f15 minus 1. So f14 minus 15 square 225 minus 90 plus k1, which is 335. Sorry, 135 plus k1. Yeah. So k2 minus k1 becomes 7. I think I missed something. First I think about it. Let's see. f7 था 8 minus something. Yeah, that was 135 plus 15. f15 minus 15 square 225 minus 90 plus k1, which is 335. Sorry. 135 plus k1. Yeah, so k2 minus k1 becomes 7. I think I missed something. First one I think about it. Let's see. F7 8 minus something. Yeah, that was stupid. Yeah, 64 minus 48, 16 plus K1. 16 plus K1 is 9 plus K7. Yeah. Okay. I'm sure some of you are saying some nice things in the comment section, but it is what it is, right? 4a minus b raised to 8. 4a minus b raised to 8. We have to find the middle term. Okay, so let's see what happens. So we will have 8c0, 8c1, 8c2, 8c3, 8c4. That will be the middle term. So 8c4 is what we will have, and it will be 4a raised to 4 into minus b raised to 4. Yeah, I hope that is right. Middle term. So I will have 8 into 7 into 6 into 5 by 24. 2s are 7 5s are 35. 2s are 70 into 16 square to 56 into a raised to 4 b raised to 4. 0 7 6 are 42. 7 5 35 39. 7 2 are 14. 17 9 20 a raised to 4 b raised to 4. 17 9 20 a raised to 4. So I think that should be the middle term. So sometimes I end up these things well. I hope it's right. So it will be very fun. Ascending series, when divided by 4, 5, 6, the numbers need remainders 1, 2, 3, and the numbers are divisible by 13. The 28th number is very long. So we will know that the number is 4a minus 3, 5b minus 3, 6c minus 3. Four, 5, 6, the LCM is 60 minus the other is 57. So it will be 60k minus 3. That will be the form, right? And this has to be a multiple of 13. So 13 p will be now if you look at the first one, 57. The next one, 117. 117 thankfully is a multiple of 8. So k equal to 2 and p equal to 9, right? 120, 179, yeah. 2 and 9 will be my first solutions. Then this will go ahead by 2. This will go to 60, right? So this will go ahead by 13. This goes ahead by 13. Then it will become 15, right? So 900 minus 3 is now there. 897 by 13 is now there. 36 78, 16, 9 right? So 15 and this goes ahead by 9 goes ahead by 16. Yeah, perfect. I think this is fine. Try to find the 8th number. So 2, 5, let's go it to brute force. 2, 15, 13 ka gap hai, 28, then 41, then 54, then 67. So 6 number is 67. Then I have an 80 and then I have a 93. Right? So 93 into 60 minus 3. 93 into 60. 0, 60 are 18, 6, 9, 2, 5, 5, 8, 0, 5, 5, 7, 7, I believe should be my answer. I think. Let's see. Next one. In examination, there are 20. Questions, 1 mark each, 20 having 2 marks each, negative marking 0.25 and minus 0.4 for 2 marks. Each student attended all the questions and secured different marks. What is the maximum number of students? Okay, let's see what happens here. 20 questions having 1 mark. I think this is tricky, not sure. 20 questions having 1 marks each, 20 questions having 2 marks each. So 40 and 20 will give me 60. And negative marking of minus 0.25. So 20 into minus 0.25 is 5, right? 1 by 4 of 5. Minus 5 is my lowest score and minus 4.4 for 2 marks question. So minus 0.4 into 20. 4 into 2 minus 8. So minus 13 is the lowest score I can get and 60 is the highest score that I can get. अब इसमें कितना होगा 60 and 73, 74 is the gap that I have, right? 74 is the gap. Okay, now I think I think both of them will not be will be independent outcomes, right? Because I can see 400 for organization, I can see squares here, and that is basically something that tells me that it will be 21, 21, 19, 20, maybe I don't know, I'm just guessing this, but let's see what happens. So in case of a 1 pointer, best case is 20. After that, 1.25 will also come in, right? So 18.75 is my next one. Then I have 17.5. Then I have 16.25, and so on till the time I reach a -5. Right? So 25 ka range hai, and the gap is 1.25. So 21 possible values here. I think I'm on the right track. So in terms of something, I'm very tempted to write for 41 here or 420. Let's see. And here, if I'm looking at this independently, I'm having a best score is 40. Then fall by 2.4 marks because I'm not getting this thing right. So I'm losing out on the 2 marks that I had assumed I will get, and points for the negative better. Right? So points for the negative will be 37.6 I believe, and ऐसे करते जाएंगे till the time I reach a -8. So यहाँ पे 48 का gap है, and the gap is 2.4. So again 20 here. So 21 cases, 20 cases, I'm very tempted to write 420 and just go for 420. This is one of the risks that I generally take in my strongest section or in any section for that matter. Yeah? So let's see. Function fx, f of x plus a is fx plus fa, f0 is 0, f1 is 1. What is the value of f202? Okay, let's see what happens. F2 is f1 plus f1. So f2 becomes 2, f3 becomes f2 plus f1. Okay, f1 is 1, f2 becomes 2, f3 becomes 3, f4 becomes 2 plus 2 4 or 3 plus 1 4, f5 very tempted by 2 0 2 4, but there might be some trick. Let's see, 4 plus 1, yeah, it is always going to be f4 plus f1 or f3 plus f2, which is again going to be this. F6 ऐसे करते हैं, that will be 5 plus 1 6 and so on. So I think it has to be 2 0 2 4. Let's see. So we are halfway through the section. Let's look at the timer now. We are halfway through the section and we have 226 minutes left, meaning that we have spent 19 minutes on this section. Am I right? 140, 120, 45, 40. 19 minutes are spent on this section, which I think is a good speed. I can't believe we are doing that well on time. See, good for us. So we are at the midpoint of the section, or almost the midpoint. 19 minutes is fine, I think. So good for us, we get more time for this, and we'll get to check our answers as possible. Let's see. A squash match is played into players in which exactly one player wins, and there is no draw. In a squash tournament involving only American and Russian players, the ratio of the number of American players between the Russian players is 2:3. So American to Russian is 2:3. There is no draw, so exactly one player wins. In the tournament, every player plays one match against every other player participating in the tournament. The number of matches won by American players is equal to the total number of matches won by Russian players, which can be the number of matches won by Russian players against American players. If the total number of matches won by American players is equal to the total number of matches won by Russian players, all the matches won by American players is equal to the total matches won by Russian players. So the following can be the total matches won by Russian players. Let's see, doesn't matter. We can go for some basic values. Let's go for 4 and 6 because now we get a better range. So 10 players in total. If there are 2 people playing a match and so many matches are played, 10 matches will be the 10 and the 90 by 2 is 45 matches in total. But that doesn't work, right? Because equal number of matches will be won by American and Russian. So even number of matches again. So I think this is 6:9 or match is what I'm assuming. So I get 15 C2, which is 15 into 14 by 2. Again, I'm left with 105. So what is 4? Let's see. 2 is to 3 5 C2 10. Then it might have made sense, right? 2 is to 3 makes sense. Okay, let's see. 8 is to 12. Let's see. 20 C2. Yeah. So that might be right. So 20 C2. Let's see what happens. 18 I should have gone for 5 C2. I'm still tempted to go for 5 C2. 12 and 20 C2 का 9, so 10 into 19 is 190 matches in total. So 95 matches would have been won by the Russians and 95 matches would have been won by the Americans. Russians against American players, right? So Russians are how many in number? We know that Russians will be 12 and Americans will be 8. Best case 95 matches have been won by Russians, right? Russians against themselves, they have 12 matches, so 11 66 matches वहां से हो जाएंगे. So 29 matches would have been won by the Russians. Okay, we'll go for 3-2 वाला. Sorry, what is 2-2? 2-2 the Americans to Russians, right? This is a better resolution, right? Okay. Considering that we have a lot of time,